Welcome to what will probably be our last Backlog Bonanza stream for some time. We are shortly going to be going on a hiatus from the stream, at least the regular existing schedule, for a little while, as I've previously announced, so most of this stream is going to be focused on trying to clear up some of the unfinished business we had left over from viewer levels, as well as just taking one last look at some of the most recent creations by people that we have been following for some time. So, let's do something deeply unwise and warp up with a Kaizo level, and specifically with Kaizo above Purple Lava by Nintenium, which we had been working on here and there over the past 2 viewer level sessions that I ran, and we got quite close to the end, so let's see if we actually have a decent chance at it while some muscle memory and some existing training remains. Let's go. Now, there is some possibility that we'll be re-establishing a lot of this from scratch, just given that I did actually switch controllers from when I last attempted this. But hey, going well so far, so no complaints. Until, of course, we cut too much momentum to clear that jump. Okay. Well, as usual, just a matter of getting warmed up. Just getting the inputs under your fingers. We did previously, as I said, get to within about a screen and a half of the finish on my best attempt during the previous session, so we'll hopefully recover that position as quickly as we can, get to checkpoint 1, and see this through all the way. As regular visitors here know, I rarely really take the time to push on a lot of Kaizo, even on the lighter side like this one, but we were having quite a lot of fun and got reasonably close, and so it really does make sense to try to push this for a while, and we'll see how close we can actually get before we start running into issues with the sunk cost fallacy. Little load there, but really just a matter of getting comfortable for the time being. A lot of the setups here are really quite crisp and satisfying. Sometimes I have some issues with the bounce on the big buzzy shell in terms of having the right facing direction and positioning so you don't just clip directly through it. It's quite possible I don't understand the mechanics of falling into a shell like that and kicking it as well as I should. But I think as soon as we kick it to the left and get a deflection off that wall, we are usually fine. Because it's always that second bounce on a shell that really matters. There we go. Okay. And let's position. One-way panels around the munchers are quite generous. They're mostly just there to scare you. We discovered from experience that I don't actually want to throw the shell according to the marker, and that a forward throw is actually good enough to clear that gap, and despite some of the trouble I have with the timing here, is actually more reliable, rather than trying to do the backwards shell throw. This jump and throw in particular was giving us a bit of trouble in the previous session in terms of just maintaining jump momentum, but we'll hopefully get that down soon enough. So yeah, just a matter of relearning a lot of the content that we had already seen. There is only one checkpoint in this level, so we'll be restarting from this point quite a lot until everything is in order. And also just developing some muscle memory with the Super Nintendo controller that I'm using, whereas in the previous session I was on the Switch Pro, so definitely need to work out how this fits in the hands, although it's nice to have a substantially more comfortable D-pad. Okay, back we go. I mean, it could be that positionally speaking, if you really do know how to do the backwards deflection on the wall, maybe it is a little bit simpler from a timing perspective. But I'd rather not deal with the shell throws if I can avoid it. Now here, I do need to jump directly towards the wall to pick up the spring that's embedded behind that one-way panel. And that was something that took a few attempts to learn properly, and as you can see on the previous attempt, I don't have that arc off the jump off the Monty Mole quite down as comfortably as I would like. A lot of the challenges in this segment seem to involve just getting jumps that are high enough and not cutting jump momentum too aggressively when I do have to execute some things like shell releases. Yeah, nice early release there, seems to fix a lot of issues. That was obviously supposed to be a short bounce, but it does take some getting used to the idea of holding down the Y button to retain control of the spring while simultaneously doing a short jump into long jump sequence. Just the kind of thing with the button inputs that you only ever learn by playing Kaizo. It's not something that is a habit ingrained into you when you are just playing Mario the normal way. But yeah, as you can see, I did adjust to the first short bounce, but not the second, so after that is going to be a soft drop with that trampoline. And that's assuming that we can retain an appropriate arc to get under the spikes. I was slightly overcorrecting there just to make sure I could land accurately on the moles, and I probably didn't need to be quite so timid about that. And that's just a miss. Okay. And hey, Chris plays fun games. Good to see you around. Always nice to have a fellow night owl in here. I hope the streaming has been going well on your end. I'm currently just wrapping something up that I've been seeing in previous viewer level sessions, and because I'm going to be off viewer levels for potentially a few weeks, I'm just trying to wrap up some things that I was previously progressing through. Yeah, it will hopefully not be too long a break. It's just a lot of things that will require me to rearrange my schedule a bit and figure out when a better set of streaming times is going to be. So I'll be back. I'm still interested in Mario Maker. I'm still actually really eager to see what kind of content awaits me when I can get back to a full schedule again. So yes, this is the One by Nintentium. I was very close to the end. I got within about a screen or two of the finish. I'm not really much of a Kaizo player, and so this is very much one of those boundary levels in a way where you can get reasonably far with it even as somebody who's not very Kaizo experienced. And so I found that quite enjoyable. It's difficult to find Kaizo levels that fall exactly into that spot where you do need to learn some new techniques, but at the same time you don't need a huge body of experience and muscle memory behind you. So it's really satisfying to actually make progress on some of these. Yeah, I took a few attempts at a spring drop. It's really one of those things where getting the longer bounces down consistently is more of the issue for me, in terms of just getting back to that spot consistently. Chris, I don't have the Qbot open, but if you just want to drop the code in chat, I'll see if I can sneak this in after this level. I don't have the bot open simply because I'm taking the time to, try to see everything to completion, so I just don't know how long I'll take to actually beat this thing. But yeah, I'm quite happy to see what you made and take a look. So yeah, hope the streaming has been going well on your side as well. Oddly enough, not streaming as much on my end might actually free me up to drop in and lurk for a spell here and there on yours from time to time when you're also running the late schedule, so... And yeah, I'm overcompensating for that mole a little bit, pulling back a little too hard once again, instead of really committing to the forward motion in that series of jumps. Okay, here we go. Coming in a little bit low there, didn't get enough of a bounce to drop the spring comfortably. And hey, one came in. I don't remember if I said hello to you a minute ago, but howdy to you as well. And yeah, you're in the middle of a move. Yeah, I kind of had that experience not long ago. I actually had a move in September, so my schedule was already kind of reduced. The nice thing is that I have a substantially more stable internet at my new place, and so the difference in terms of managing the back-end technical side of my stream has been considerable. Just much fewer issues introduced from network-related drops. And yeah, it's the first time that I had adopted a new connection and moved into a new place since I began streaming, and so that was something I really kind of kept in mind in terms of really planning around how I was going to stream, only of course to discover that I would have a whole bunch of commitments taking me off stream for a while for much of 2020, but as I said, I'll see how quickly I can come back to this. And Samuel, good to see you back. Yeah, definitely still some technical things to work out. I had to revert my version of OBS about a week ago simply because the latest patch for it was really blowing my CPU consumption through the roof, and that was causing the usual audio issues and so forth. That might just be a matter of getting better cooling for my machine. That might just be the cheapest way to band-aid over the problem until I can actually get a new PC build together, which will probably not be for some time. I think it's always kind of interesting to be in a position of, being streamers with a developing audience like you and I are with the kind of follower accounts that we're dealing with and for how long we've been streaming. And just to figure out, what to invest in and what to budget for in terms of trying to improve the quality of service that we do here, so... Do I play much Kaizo Stem? Well, I really don't, actually. I'm very inexperienced with Kaizo. This is one of the harder levels that I've committed to. I have beaten some Kaizo in the past, but I am not a specialist at all. This has definitely been one of those boundary gateway Kaizo experiences for me. And it helps that from what Nintentium was telling me, he was not really an experienced Kaizo maker either, that this was his attempt to stretch out a bit in terms of level design. And I've heard that from a number of people that making Kaizo was their way of trying to learn Kaizo. And yeah, Chris, I'm just using default OBS with some plugins. I'm not using the Streamlabs build. I don't know if the Streamlabs build is kind of in a better position in terms of performance. Yeah, I'm glad that there has only really been the one shell jump early on. Some of the shell releases I have trouble with, but in terms of a shell jump, it's been very gentle. Because the issue with shell jumps is that I just don't have a good sense of visualizing how to correct around them when I get them wrong, and how to adjust, and so my hit rate with them tends to be like about 20% or something. And when you get consecutive shell jumps, that becomes a major hindrance to ever clearing anything. And yeah, Samuel, that's definitely what has been recommended to me as well. I've had some people ask me, when am I going to make a Kaizo? And I was originally never interested in doing so, but I feel like it is actually a very good way to get some practice in and also really think hard about how other makers are thinking about the signaling and the spacing. But yeah, this is normally quite a bit out of my comfort zone. But that's one thing the experience of streaming this game has really kind of shown me, is that I shouldn't be writing off levels just based on the genre or the style or the perceived difficulty or whatever. That, you know, it is worth a while to give a lot of things a shot just to see if anything particularly clicks. I've begun to click with some troll levels, for instance, much better than I ever expected when I started. And of course, part of that is just that I've been lucky to receive some genuinely good troll makers submitting to my viewer level stream. Some people who really take designing them to be fun as something that they regard as very serious. And yeah, it certainly helps just to have high-quality content to show you what certain styles of Mario Maker can be like when they are at their best. And yeah, Chris, I don't think I knew about your Team Shell level, actually. I might have seen you talk about it, but I don't think I'd seen it myself. So, definitely something to look forward to for when I get back and work on some more hard levels. You know, when I have the time to bring them back onto the stream again. Okay, just didn't get the release down at all. A really early release on that shell is the most consistent way of doing it that I've seen so far. As you can see, if you've come in late, I am just skipping the first shell throw because I find this method much simpler. Still not getting the button order right on the soft drop. I'm always releasing a little bit too early before I hit down. Okay. And Samuel, I am based in Canada. And controlled shell jumps, yeah. Oh, in your level for the Team Shell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good sense of what a lot of the Team Shell community difficulty ratings actually signify, so I don't know how yours wound up. I've had submissions to me before that I've been able to beat up to about, I think, what they consider 2.5. But I haven't worked very seriously on Team Shell. I think at some point I want to just go down the Team Shell list by difficulty, start out nice and easy, and just work my way up, and see how far I get. And kind of use that as a learning experience as well. It was very interesting to play something like the Space Pig level that was made for 4YMM, for instance, because that was something that was really made for people who did not have shell experience. And it got to display rather how Space Pig would approach something like shell-based design when taken to its simplest level of execution. Okay, still not getting to soft drop down. But yeah, you're quite right that, shell jumps are just something that, as is, are a very new technique to people. I think it's one of those things that really is such a defining element of the Kaizo style simply because it is something you never see required in a standard platformer. Where, in some ways it's kind of a self-referential definition of what a Kaizo level feels like, but often it's that it involves techniques that you only see in other Kaizo levels and that you're only ever going to learn by playing somebody's Kaizo. Okay, got to drop that time. A little too much forward momentum, though. And hey, Pergan, welcome. Yeah, Pergan, I'd be happy to try to punch in that code later. I'm not running a formal queue today simply because I am trying to wrap up some of the overflow from viewer levels before I'm on break for a little while, but always happy to look at your stuff when I can. So yeah, on this series of attempts, I've only gotten past the spring drop once. And I just got caught a little off guard by the Goomba throw near the end, which is actually a fairly generous setup. It's just that I sort of need to adjust to the reality of actually getting that far. And that's one of the final elements. That's about a screen away from the ending. So yeah, the end is actually pretty easy. Just don't forget to Z-jump off the icicle. Right, because of the landing onto Goomba. Yeah, that seems like exactly the kind of thing that it would be very liable to miss. But yeah, just a matter of getting a nice, solid attempt back there. The spring drop probably being the big technical obstacle in this segment. Yeah, need a higher jump, need a higher release, and just need to fall back down a little bit better. So and yep, got the release, needed to pull back on a jump a little bit, but I was worried about my momentum there. It's quite possible that I am still dropping the spring too low, hence it's positioning a little too far to the left. That's much too early. Much, much too early. But yeah, Chris, it's fairly common for me to have some issues with just being caught by surprise when I do successfully do something hard and then dying on the easy thing immediately afterwards. That is something that happens quite often. You know, the sense of thinking, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe I actually did that. And just having that distract me. It's amazing the things you find out about your own psychology as a player when you really grind away at some of these. Especially because the long levels give you a lot of time for introspection and just a lot of time to think about who you are as a player in some ways. Okay, just a bad release there. It's actually a very generous release in that Goomba. I don't need to fire it nearly so early. Because it can hit pretty much anywhere along that wall. It does not need to be accurate vertically, as long as it doesn't just head right over. Also, can't stall too much on this initial shell throw because the second shell is going to wake up. I had seen that as a threat earlier, but hadn't really taken that seriously. And yeah, Chris, I think it is one of those things that you get better at with practice. That, like so many things in Mario Maker, but so much of practice in any game is about self-assessment, right? And about just being able to identify what the mistakes are in the first place. And I find that the streaming experience actually helps with that quite a bit, in that I am often talking through what kind of mistake did I make. And if I were playing off-stream, if I were doing content of a similar difficulty off-stream, you know, I don't know if I would try to identify that stuff with quite as much specificity. I think it would be much easier to get lost in your own frustration. Okay. It's really nice with a level like this to see some elements I was having difficulty with earlier feel smoother as I go. One of the reasons, again, that I'm doing the shell with this method is that with the back throw that is signified by the indicators, I was not really feeling like I was improving. I felt like I was kind of getting worse as I went along. And so I would rather just cheese it. Whoops. But yeah, Chris, to the extent I play anything offline now that I'm streaming things like Mario Maker, I find that it's usually because I do want to save my breath and also just to give myself the opportunity to take some breaks. I played a pretty considerable amount of Hades last month, for instance, and I didn't actually stream it at all. I was considering it simply because it was a fairly appealing thing to watch. There was some viewer interest here on this channel, but it was one of those games that I was handling in very short sessions here and there, where you just pop it in for an hour and see where you go. And it would be interesting to really stream a very puzzle-centric game here, which I haven't done for quite some time. I actually just picked up Return of the Obra Dinn, which was on sale on Switch, and which I'd been looking forward to for quite a long time, just really waiting for the right price. And there's enough of a puzzle community that I built here that maybe there's some interest in doing it live, but I'm just thinking back to when I played Baba Is You well before I started streaming, and how much of that experience depended on my ability to just suspend the system and step away for 5 minutes at any time. There were a lot of things in that game that I had to solve just by putting it down. And so sometimes that style of puzzle playing, I think, doesn't line up with streaming so much, because streaming, when you're doing puzzles, you really do feel the pressure, I think, of being stuck. And develop that awareness, I think, of not really giving your viewers much to look at, apart from just poking around with the same stuff over and over again and hoping something changes. I mean, not that I have too much trouble with that either. I've really enjoyed streaming puzzle levels. And actually, Chris, I know that you were a little behind me on doing the Tempest Funk escape rooms, right? We actually did finish the whole series a few weeks ago, and I think you said you had to step out because of spoilers. But that was a really satisfying puzzle experience, partly just to figure out how to stream it, because it's just such a different experience when it comes to how to display it in front of viewers. And yeah, Chris, I really had to find that balance, that with small streams there is, I think, a great deal of pressure to be doing viewer levels and a great incentive to do it, and that's how you get new people to come in. And at the same time, I really like catching up on levels that I just want to take my time on and show off. And I did have to just sort of make that sacrifice and say, okay, like on this particular day, I'll just have to take the hit of not having as many viewers so I can do content that I think is maybe less often seen simply because it doesn't fit viewer levels so well. I mean, obviously there are a lot of Kaizo players, so Kaizo gets a lot of coverage. But I think a lot of puzzle levels, for instance, that are designed around a progression of an hour or two, don't get as much coverage. Troll levels get a lot of coverage, but standard puzzles that are in that range beyond 1 hour, I feel like there aren't a lot of people who do them, and that some of them are so well put together that those designers really do deserve some time in the sun. And it was kind of interesting to stumble into that as something that I can do, and something that I can offer to the viewer base here. With the result that I've been receiving more good puzzle levels from people who have chosen to stick around, so. I think when it comes to things like Team Shell and Kaizo in general, is that there is a lot of viewer interest for the same reason that esports has a lot of viewer interest in that, you know, people are interested in watching content that they wouldn't necessarily have the time and patience to grind out themselves. And, you know, as somebody who does not feel very comfortable with Kaizo, it's difficult for me to think of myself as being a particularly advanced Mario player. I don't think I am. But when you put things in perspective, the fact that we are trying this kind of level at all is already something that might be just very average among streamers, but is actually kind of unique among the Mario population generally. It might be such a big part of the maker community, and, you know, things like Team Shell have a huge presence. But I think when you look at the player base on the whole, the number of people, particularly the number of non-streamers who really do attempt this stuff as players, is actually fairly low. Or at least the people who will stick around with it long enough to clear it. You know, outside of the really anomalously popular hard level makers like Space Pig and Barb and so on. I mean, it's very easy to lose perspective on how much better we've become as players just in the process of streaming. It's very easy to lose sight of that simply because when you're pushing harder content, you are always pushing something that you can't do. Okay. Yep, still not quite getting the drop positioning down. It is at least consistently coming out as a drop now. And I also do know the correction I need to make with the Goomba throw before the icicle at the very end, which is that I'm not getting enough height on that jump. And that's something I'll have to correct. Whoops. Always pushing the next milestone, yeah. Yeah, certainly one thing that I'm painfully aware of if I don't have as much time from now on to be doing a lot of long streams is that my capacity to push difficulty much further than I already have is probably going to be pretty limited. Like, I'll be kind of against the wall in terms of how hard the content can be, but we'll see. I feel that if I give myself time to clear something, I'm pretty comfortable with everything down to about 0.5 nowadays. And as far as Kaizo tech goes, this is definitely on the easier side. This is around a 0.7 when it comes to clear percentage. And yeah, actually, Chris, I find that I'm not too pressured by that now because, you know, I'm so far away from the next big thing being partner with the 75 viewer average and everything that it's not really something that's even on my mind. I don't know if I'll ever hit that. When I was doing the initial push to affiliate, which actually happened quite quickly just given how easy it is to develop a following with viewer levels, I was definitely aware of the fact that when I chose to stream some things like indie games, I would get an audience of 1. And that would always bring my viewer average down to something like 2.9, which was just below the bar for affiliate when I was starting out. And it was kind of dismaying because I really did want to play through and record some of those indie games. But I also wanted to hit that milestone, right? But once I hit affiliate, I found that I was much more relaxed about the numbers. And that the rewarding thing for me has not so much been the streaming numbers, although, you know, it is so pleasant to watch them go up and up. But the fact that I've been able to make a lot of one-to-one connections with people over the game and really get a sense of, okay, these are some other streamers, these are some other makers that I've really gotten a sense of on an individual level where I know what their style is like and I give them some reason to come back. And I find that as with the process of getting a decent number of likes or plays or viewer level submissions and such off of your own creations, that the most interesting, or rather the most important thing is just a number of like really meaningful engagements. And that's something you can't really slap a number on, right? Like the number of meaningful interactions you get out of game. And game sounds went kaput. Thank you for warning me of that. Let me just try to fix this up quickly and also get my controller order properly lined up after the fact. And hey, Electric Dude, good morning. Just 1 second while I try to get this into a state that will give you something to look at. Just need to get this back in order. And yeah, but it is kind of interesting, though, that I've been seeing my follower counts steadily climb lately, and of course they've been climbing just in time for me to realize that I have to cut back quite a bit on Mario streaming for offline reasons. Just one moment, I'm trying to get this fixed up properly. Often requires a restart, but also just a quick controller change now that I've swapped into my Super Nintendo pad. Okay, audio should be back now. Let's get back into the program. And yeah, Electro Dude, hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Let's not hit start over by mistake. That would have been disastrous. And yeah, this attempt, we might as well throw it anyway, given that I don't know how much wake-up time we already had on the second shell. But yeah, I definitely do know what you mean, though, Chris, in terms of just the buzz of getting more followers and subs really does leave you very optimistic about where you want to build next and how you want to expand. And yeah, Electrodude doing okay over here, progressing through Nintenium's level that we had been seeing in some of the previous viewer level streams. Not very often that I will go out of my way to grind out some Kaizo, but this is fairly light, all things considered, and we were very close to the end the last time I saw it, which is why I really want to make a big push while I still remember most of the level. And yeah, also just putting my new controller through its paces. And there are some things that definitely feel more comfortable with the more sizable D-pad that I've got going on here. Main thing I'm losing is HD rumble, and I actually really do enjoy the rumble effect in this game. It's surprisingly handy for puzzles when you detect that bombs are going off screen, for instance, and that scroll breaks are going on, and you know, you can sometimes see those visually when you're really paying attention to the edge of the screen, but it was interesting to note just how much I had come to rely on rumble for clues like that. And yes, Electrodude, you are correct. There is in fact a chat command to tell you about that. Basically, I'm on call for some off-stream stuff for the next little while, and so I can't really run long, sustained sessions past this week for the next little while, simply because interruptions will happen. And that's sort of unfortunate because, as you know, I do like to go pretty long with some streams, and both the viewer level and backlog sessions were just getting longer and longer, upwards of 5 or 6 hours at a time. And unfortunately, those glory days may have to be over for now, which, you know, is not entirely within my control, but we'll find ways to adapt. It will take probably a little bit of a break for me to adapt, and I'll hopefully make some improvements to the stream on the back end. In the time that I'm gone, I'm hoping to introduce some new content as well. I may be live for some short sessions here and there, but they might not be Mario Maker, and they probably will not be viewer levels, simply because it does take a bit of a solid, uninterrupted block of time to run the queue properly. So. And Chris plays fun games too. Get back to your question earlier, I actually got the official Super Nintendo controller. Not one of the 8-bit ones, but the first-party one from My Nintendo, which I've been looking to pick up for some time. It's very comfortable. I've always preferred the classic Super Nintendo style anyway, without the grips. I remember back when I played on the Wii, I had that first edition of the classic controller that also was without the grips, and I found it very nice for my smaller hands. Whoops. And before I was just using the Pro Controller, which was good for most purposes, but then the very well-known problem with the D-pad accidental diagonals was causing a lot of trouble for things like the 3D World style, where you would have a lot of long jumps, for instance, being misread as spins. And also for some things like item handling, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I'm still using the Pro Controller for some other purposes. I still used it for most of my last stream. But it was time to make a change, especially because I've been pushing through a lot of the actual Super Nintendo games on the online service. Again, when I'm off-stream, I've been playing some DKC2 lately. I had gotten Yoshi's Island to a full 6-star 100% lately, which I actually never did when I was younger. I only ever did, well, much less complete runs through the game when I originally played Yoshi's Island. So it was really quite an experience to just dabble in it over the past few weeks and, you know, study what it's doing with level design, really get in the headspace of what it must have been like to encounter this in '95. Oh, you're a stick player, okay. Yeah, I can't really play platformers with sticks with very few exceptions. I found Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze was quite good with sticks, simply because it is such a momentum-based game and everything is so chunky anyway. I found the issue that I had with Celeste was that I was never totally comfortable with D-pad or sticks, and I think I actually did wind up going sticks with it. Because it felt like either way I would be making some kind of sacrifice. Where with Celeste, you always have this constant mid-air movement, right? Where sticks are fantastic. But then you lose as much precision over things like diagonals, which caused a lot of deaths over here, so... But yeah, I found that for most platformers, the Pro Controller D-pad was actually fine because usually the vertical inputs just would not matter. But at some point, I really did need to address the D-pad issue, and always kind of nice to have an additional modern controller with, you know, USB charging and Bluetooth connectivity and so on. Not even just for the Switch, but also for PC purposes. It's funny because I was just beginning to take some baby steps into setting myself up to do Super Mario World hacks way back in April. I was doing some initial exploration. I was setting up the emulation, I was actually getting the hacks patched in, I was doing all the setup, and then the big Mario Maker patch hit. The 3.0 patch that just introduced everything, and I just got totally absorbed into that and never actually wound up learning ROM hacks. But I was definitely thinking at the time that one of the conditions for learning ROM hacks was I really did need to get myself a proper Super Nintendo style controller, whether it was the first party kind or the 8-bit Do kind. Okay, still way too early on a drop. And Progan, you have this idea for competition between stick and D-pad players, yeah. I sometimes do wonder if it's just a generational thing. Whoops. I am accidentally crouching into that, as you can see, because I'm holding down into the drop. Now I'm holding down for way too long and not getting the full bounce. But yeah, I think when it comes to platformers, stick and D-pad, there's almost certainly something generational going on there, where, you know, the thing that strikes me about some of the really technically accomplished streamers, like, you know, people like Panga, for instance, people like Space Pig, who's actually a bit younger than that, is that it's really interesting to me to see players come into 2D Mario from a generation where they would have come of age in terms of video games in an era when 2D design was very much on the decline, or at least taking a bit of neglect for most of the 2000s. Like, there was this period in the 2000s when 2D platformers just did not have much going on, and actually that kind of goes back to the late 90s with late PS1 and 64 as well, which is why I was myself never really too fond of the 3D transition. I thought there was a lot of unfinished business with 2D design that just unfortunately went neglected for about a decade. But it's really interesting to see just how many very technically accomplished Mario players are actually the ones who would have grown up on 3D games first, if you think about it. And yeah, Chris, that's kind of interesting that you grew up with it the old way and still decided to play stick anyway. I don't think I hear a lot about people who kind of approach it that way. I think that's maybe comparatively uncommon. But then maybe a lot of other people are in your position and more comfortable with the stick these days. I don't really know. Oops. Okay, just a matter of getting some of the dud attempts out of the way just so we can get back to that spring and get back to that Goomba, which we haven't seen in some time. Okay, there we go. There we are. Okay, let's fix up this Goomba throw. Okay. And of course we have to choke in a shell jump at the very end. That's got to be the very last thing, actually, given that it's right before the door. But hey, not too bad in terms of progression. Not too bad at all. You believe the door is the end? I thought so too, because I did look at the course preview. And, you know, just to get a sense of how far I was progressing, and I was pretty sure that was the end as well. I just didn't know about the shell jump. And I did see it, it's just that I didn't really plan my jump around it, and so it caught me a little bit off guard. Seems like exactly the kind of thing I would choke on anyway, so. But it is progress. And yeah, Electric Dude, always welcome to lurk, as you know. Whoops. Still much too early. Okay, up we go. So yeah, as long as I get the shell jump down, it's pretty doable. I mean, just have to get accustomed to that final position. The fact that the shell jump comes so late makes me wonder how many attempts I'll have to burn before I even get back there, but... whoops. Just need to be careful and consistent, and maybe we'll be there soon enough. And yeah, everything from the Goomba throw up to the shell jump on that best attempt was pretty much done blind, and so it's kind of nice to just get a big chunk out of the way like that and really make a big push through the last screen's worth of platforming. Okay. But yeah, how many levels I manage to get through in this stream will depend very much on how long I take to wrap this one up. I'm so close that I would really like to grab that clear. You bought a Hori joypad to have the better D-pad feeling. Ah, I see. Can't be used in TV mode. Okay. Interesting. Oh, because I guess it wouldn't have the wireless connectivity then. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I found the Pro Controller was fine for most purposes. It was built a little heavy for me. I'm not used to controllers being quite that bulky. So here's the thing, right? For many generations, we had the Wii, which, of course, had the separate Wiimote and nunchuck grip when you're playing with sticks. We had the Wii U, which had a really wide tablet, and then we had Joy-Cons, which reverted to the Wii style of just having a separate controller in either hand. I found it actually really difficult to go back to holding a controller of a standard width, because I was so accustomed to many, many years of just having my hands sit apart, and I found that position much more comfortable for my arms and wrists, honestly, and I still play with separate Joy-Cons when I can, simply because I find that ergonomically it's just much more relaxed too. let the controllers disappear into your hands like that. I generally prefer just things that are lightweight, rather than controllers that are very firm and bulky. But so it was actually kind of an adjustment to go back to big, heavy controllers again that were very much locked into the central position. And I was saying that one of the nice things about going back to a Super Nintendo pad is that I kind of prefer controllers without the grip handles. It's a little easier on just, you know, letting my hands air out a bit. Yeah, holding the small NES controller is quite something. I find that the rectangular corners are very noticeable whenever I go back to one of those, in terms of the way that they just jut into your hands. I mean, in many ways, they were built for children. And yeah, Chris, you would be used to it if you play a lot on PlayStation or Xbox. Outside of Nintendo, I've mainly been a PC player most of my life, and so I was usually either using Nintendo's weird controllers or just sticking with mouse and keyboard. And so the sense of having a standard controller was not something that necessarily felt very standard to me. Although I've been playing enough with the Switch Pro controller over the past year that that sense of strangeness has gradually dissipated, but there definitely was an adjustment at first. Actually, Program, I find that the issue with the Super Nintendo controller is that there isn't a system-wide binding for the home and capture buttons. There is a binding for them that is in the Super Nintendo Online app. Because, you know, ZL and ZR are not actually in use. But it would have been nice to have something universal to work with, in the way that the Wii Classic controller, for instance, still kept the Wii home and plus and minus buttons. The Wii Classic controller was underused by the Wii, actually. If you looked at that thing, the Wii Classic controller had fully analog bumpers. It had an analog L and R, which the Wii never used. I mean, I guess maybe you would be able to use that for something like shielding in Brawl. But I can't think of very many other Wii titles where the analog triggers would actually be relevant. But the thing is, the controller was actually built to support that, and now, of course, that has sort of disappeared from Nintendo controllers in its own right. Okay. That was a very unfortunate choke on the Goomba to Icicle sequence earlier. But the more consistently we can get back there, the better shape we'll be in. Yeah, I didn't like my arc coming out of the second jump there. I feel like I do need to build momentum going into that second jump when I pick up the Goomba. Whoops, no. I was thrown off a bit by the wiggle. I knew I was a little bit late going into all of that. But yeah, we'll see how I do with this. I've been pushing at it for about an hour. It doesn't feel like it's been that long simply because I have been progressing here and there, but very clear to me where the trouble spots are when it comes to the things I have the most difficulty with. Not impossible that I'll have to bail on this and surrender for now, though. I'll make some more attempts on it and see where we go. And yeah, it's just a matter of getting some of this stuff out of the way, as usual. Okay, here we are. Yeah, once again, much too early on a drop. Just much too far left in general. I mean, as some of you know from watching me play levels with a lot of item handling, I am still getting accustomed to the idea of controlling jumps while I'm at the same time trying to handle hiccups and releases. You know, in terms of maintaining a sense of control over the jump button when I am throwing items this way and that. Or just carrying items at all. Just a lot of habits to develop with the Y and B buttons that you don't really develop as a standard Mario skill. Oh, just overcorrected there. Should not have crouched into that, obviously. Or should not have crouched out of that, I should say. But yeah, I didn't know what the situation was with the Hori joypad in terms of the connectivity of the controllers, but I've never really looked at Hori's controllers anyway. It is kind of surprising that some of Nintendo's first-party hardware was in such rough shape for the Switch. I mean, the issues with the D-pad and with Joy-Con drift are things that you would not have associated with Nintendo in previous generations at all. You would just not expect those things to happen. But I find that actually keeping Joy-Cons in use, instead of having them collect dust in a dock, is something that keeps them nice and functional. That if you are using Joy-Cons often and constantly, they don't develop that dust accumulation that gives you drift problems. So I had mine cleaned out a little while ago. Just used some contact cleaner spray on it, and my Joy-Cons were kind of like new again, but the thing that really retains that quality is just to continue to use them. And yeah, Chris, always welcome to lurk, so thank you for coming by and chatting for as much as you've been able. And we'll see. This is definitely, as I said, on the edge of what I can handle, and we're definitely discovering that. Still have a lot to fix up here. I've only had one attempt on the final shell jump, for instance, and that could prove to be a major obstacle. Just depending on how well I react to my positioning going into that final jump. Okay, nice bounce there. Yeah, still not quite getting the jump arc that I need. Really need a very full jump and a nice late release on the Goomba. I'm releasing it too early. That's the issue. And not that I'm missing with the Goomba, but the early release is throwing off how long I'm holding down the jump button. and I'm attempting to adjust a bit, but now I'm overcorrecting a little bit to the left, and not really maintaining forward momentum the way I should be. Whoops. But at least we're getting back there a little more often. Nope. Just a bit of a brain fart there when it comes to the shell pickup. Still thinking way too far ahead to the double bounce that you need on the Goomba later on. Okay, here we are. Whoops. And we'll just sort these things out one at a time. Okay. There we are. Okay, let's make the best of this. And of course I'm not even going to land into that shell accurately at all. That's quite the way to choke. I was so prepared to get that shell jump down and lost to something unexpected instead. I feel like we can get this though. Definitely one of those moments in the level where you think, okay, you know, we did not need to lose to that. I feel like this is doable. And it's always nice to be able to do just well enough to tell yourself that even if you're not succeeding. Whoops, I didn't manage to let go. Okay, that was... I was trying to do the shell throw and just let go of the wrong button. Maybe beginning to choke a bit now that we really see the end in sight and taste how close it is. Getting the drop down a little bit better, but still out of position. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Okay. There we are. Yeah, still have to figure out how to do that more consistently in terms of understanding how to best control my jump arc, because I feel like I am kind of flailing about and guessing every time, and that's not going to get me far. Okay. Nope. Too close to the wall. I do need to get the final bounce pretty much straight up, but because I'm going forward through the final sequence of jumps, there is a little bit of momentum correction to give myself enough distance from the wall, and I find that's the issue I'm running into, is that I need to center my jump, but still face the correct direction going into the shell throw. And that's going to take a little bit of straightening out. You do really need to control the final jump well, just to get into the appropriate position. Okay. Here we are. And we'll just have to repeat until we get it. Definitely thinking ahead to how we can fix up that shell jump, though, in terms of what kind of correction I can make. Still also don't have this input totally done comfortably. I see what's going on there. I'm holding dash for the longest time just to get as much jump height as I need. Oh, I'm taking too long because now the shell is waking up. Okay. The shell actually woke up right under my feet, and if I had a second bounce, I would have been able to grab it and go. But I cannot delay that long once the shell spawns. I have to go quickly. That was something I didn't understand. But now I do. You can't spend too long on this sequence here, because we're within spawn range. And I'm cutting momentum, once again, much too early, going into the final bounce. But hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. The end is almost in sight. And that's going much better, for some reason. Yeah, releasing too early. I definitely need to hold dash for as long as I can and let go of the Goomba late, and that's the only way that's going to go. I might even have to land on the icicle first before the throw. It'll feel a bit unsafe, but the throw will have to be very, very late. Okay. Yep, just a matter of understanding what to correct and what to deal with. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Nope, late on a release. Panicked a little bit to face the right direction there. Actually, facing the right direction isn't really totally imperative, I think, as long as you get the shell jump somehow. You don't necessarily need to do it on marker, it's just that the distance from the wall is the most important thing. Or at least where the shell is being released relative to your jump height. Now I knew the final shell jump was going to cause trouble, so it's just a matter of trying to get back there quickly. Okay. Back we go. Nope. Okay. Just a matter of consistency. Yeah, at least the early throws are not giving me nearly as much grief as they had done before. I am getting an appropriate jump distance more or less reliably. There we go. Okay, that felt pretty smooth. Nope, that did not feel smooth. Just going to take practice. And a lot of consistency in getting back there until we can crack that. And nope. Okay, let's try that. And that. And that. Not quite. I was already a little bit worried going into that last jump, just in terms of what my height was. Just have to react very quickly and understand how to do the shell jump input on short notice when I'm still fumbling around for position. Sometimes it just takes a more intuitive understanding of what shell jump and distances are supposed to be. It should be 2 tiles from the wall, as indicated by the marker, but it's also just dependent on my vertical state as well, in terms of where I am relative to my arc. And that takes work, for sure. Okay. Done that. Okay. Almost there. And there we are. You know, I earned these. They're not actually useful, but I'm taking them. I'm taking this guy too. I'm not falling in a pit, hopefully. Let's tag this, and that's going to be a GG. Thank you so much, Chris, for keeping me company through all that. Always nice to know that we had the assurance of you getting there a little ahead of me as well, and we got a 42-minute clear past checkpoint 1, which is about what I expected. Took a little over an hour to actually push through that, in addition to the learning attempts that we had put in earlier, but that's very much the limit of what I can handle technically. So yeah, Chris, we'll take a look at the code that you put into the chat much earlier. And it'll be interesting to adjust to something that is presumably a little less input intensive. I've got it. Pipe Out Origins. Short and sweet, single player, 7%-ish. Interesting by the looks of the thumbnail screen. And of course we'll try to go for true ending, but we'll see how it goes. 20-second record. So Pipe Out Origins, I don't know if this is going to be, or is already, part of a Pipe Out series. But, oh, I see. So this is just a timing-based thing. Okay. Where the bomb is going to be extended by just all the time that is spending inside the pipe. Okay, kind of interesting. When the game first came out, I was trying to create a bomb delay level that was like this one, and I never actually finished one to my satisfaction, but it's really nice to see this concept in action. And it actually feels pretty gentle as well. I mean, I can't mess up exactly, but definitely hear the ticking of the bomb as you go, and wonder just how much wiggle room I have. There we go. Oh yes. On-off switch just to enforce the bonus boss, I see. Okay, it's going to be a bit of a maze. We should actually just wait this out and land on a crate. Yeah. I was looking at that and thinking, that's just a trick. Very, very tricky. Oh, kind of interesting that this would be enforced as well. Yeah. Actually, troll and you can't die there. I see, yeah. Because of some off-screen protection there. Hey, let's take a look at this block anyway and finish with the power of fire. Yeah, very nice execution of that concept. I liked the mazes. I liked how there was that very subtle pressure from the timing, even though there was plenty of wiggle room to be making mistakes. 20-second record. That's actually very impressive now that I look at it, although of course that would be from somebody who is not going for the Pink Coin Road. And I see that it is the first of a series, as you were saying, and that it's going to be the introduction to something that takes the concept a little further. I think there's plenty of room to be developing more, timer-based obstacle courses, one-screen obstacle courses with the same setup, so really looking forward to catching up on that sometime. And you said you'll probably do about 3 to 5 of those, yeah? Great. So, I'm going to probably switch over to some other levels that we had going. Some of them are also going to be a little bit on the trickier side, but we'll take a look at something that I couldn't get to from Rybones the other day. Rybones does catch up on a lot of the VODs when I play his levels when he's not present, so I usually try to record some of his if I can, because he came in right at the end of viewer levels yesterday, or on yeah, and then didn't manage to get to this, but yeah, thanks for coming by once again, Chris, and definitely looking forward to catching up on both the shell levels and the hype levels alike. So here's Arduous Arbor, where Toad clambers through a tall forest infested with parasitic plants. 1.4%, let's see how it looks. Okay. Whoops. Ah yeah, just a series of consecutive wall jumps through the spike elements. That can be done with a lot of strategic twirling. Whoops. Maybe slightly better than that, though. I haven't really done a lot of new soup with... Oh, that's a Vine Cling for sure. I haven't really done a lot of new soup with the Super Nintendo controller so far, but it'll be nice to have that level of directional control. Just with the amount of things that can go wrong with vine climbs and so forth. That's not correct. I think I do need to go to the vine to the right and probably spin jump off. Or maybe just use my twirls more strategically. We'll see. Okay. Probably spin jump off here? Yeah, there we go. We'll be a little too late to grab the 30 coin. Interesting pokey and spike up to the top left there. That doesn't look particularly accessible. Might just be something decorative to really complete this. Yeah, it looks like I'll want that twirl going into that wall jump, but we'll go back there and take a look. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, actually, no. Nice full jump there with a bit of a dash up front is enough to get me where I want. And this is survivable. Just need to get off of that and... Ah, interesting. I think I need to just jump all the way across, let the thwomp fall, and just spin jump all the way across, I guess. Well, I mean, it will have to be... No, a spin jump off the wall. I can do a standard jump off the... over to the first wall, and I just need to spin jump away from it. The first jump obviously does not need to be a spin jump. Just need to get some of that NSMB logic back in my head. And we'll just let the Pokey get out of the way. I don't want to jump arc that's quite that high. I want to basically kind of fall in, but... Or maybe even fall back towards the left, but I haven't quite figured out what to do there yet. We'll take a few attempts to really straighten out. Whoops. Let's not be too ambitious there. I can just wait out the Pokey as I've been doing on previous attempts. No need to rush. Okay. Now, I'm going to have that Pokey get over there. Oh, whoops. Wasn't counting on slamming head first into that wall. Whoop. Okay. Here we go. And down we go. Okay, let's try to lure this guy down. Maybe if I do double twirl to get back into the platform, that's the way to do it. I don't know if that will give me the distance I need. It's a little difficult for me to tell without just trying it a few times. In terms of understanding how much headroom I actually have if I'm trying to go back to the platform. I feel like it is supposed to be, you know, jump over and wall jump, but... Nope, there we go. There we go. That's how to do it. And that's going to be checkpoint anyway, so we just needed to execute it that once. Which is fine by me. Piranha plants, okay. Probably... just trying to get a wall jump into that, but you don't actually need to sail off the piranha in order to do that. Although it certainly helps. Oh, didn't expect that guy. Just need a more central bump off the bump. Okay, here we are. And then that's going to be a spin jump. Oh, we're already in a spin jump state though, that's fine. And then I think I probably need to stop the Pokey using the seesaw on the other side, but difficult to tell. I think it probably is necessary. Not enough room for a ground pound? Okay, yes there is. Seemed like the intuitive thing to do and needed to watch out for that spike. And... yeah, doing okay so far with this. I mean, the Kaizo level earlier is almost certainly just the hardest thing we'll be doing today, so really glad to just get that out of the way early in the stream, comparatively speaking. And there we go. Okay. Whoa. Didn't want to accidentally ground pound into that either. Yeah, some of this is just a bit of an accuracy check. I think the pokey up top is just a diversion. You're obviously supposed to continue on the left side. And here we are. Kind of interesting to see that spin jump bumper interaction and how that plays out physically. Yeah, sure, we might as well do this thing for a change. Just as a proof of concept when it comes to grabbing optional content. And we'll let that pokey come down. We know how that works. Okay. Nope. Bit of a poor estimate there. It does need to be jump, twirl, twirl, I'm pretty sure. I don't think a spin jump is going to do the trick, even with that ceiling height there. But sometimes it just takes a little bit of practice to make these determinations and understand precisely what kind of methods we're going for. Okay. You need to scroll the camera up slightly, I think, to get the track spawn of that guy. Whoops. And let's, whoops, continue from here. And what do we got? Okay. Come on, ground pound. Just need to really get that spacing down under the slope. The way that the slope enforces the height restriction is not always entirely clear to me, but a bit of a short jump there to spawn, unless it is just a matter of timing. Okay. Nope. Needed to cut momentum at the end there, or at least get a jump directly out of it. Okay, here we are. And here we go. And back up. Yeah. Don't exactly know how the initial spawning location of that Pokey is placed, but I'm pretty sure that given the length of that track, unless... actually no, it's spawning vertically above me. It should not be as camera dependent as I'm supposing, although this is a vertical zone, so... Yeah, I guess you do need to be within that 3-tile camera distance to get it going on that track in the first place, so definitely something that could feel slightly blind if you're jumping very ambitiously up that series of vines, but at the same time, the curve around that track gives you a decent expectation for what to look out for. So let's get over here. Pound a sting if I And find the appropriate location to do so. There we go. And up we go. And yeah, just need to do this once again. Nope. Yeah, finding the appropriate takeoff point in that jump and really holding down the jump button will be the trick there. But we'll get to it. Whoops. Okay, let's pop that once more. And that's okay as long as everything stays spawned. Yeah, that's totally doable in recoverable position. Once again, just I think my facing direction actually does matter there when it comes to having enough room to execute the ground pound. But yeah, let's make sure this guy comes down. Maybe if it's spawning on a low position on that track, it actually does come up a bit earlier, but yeah, as you can see, that track is actually open at the top, so if the Pokey was spawning at a lower position just to control the timing, then it would be going up, it would be heading off the track, it would be falling back in. But that's okay, I mean, I've been playing just cautiously enough that the timing on it does not particularly matter now that I know that it's coming. Bit of a tricky spacing there for sure. I needed to get a little bit more height into that and just land a spin jump going right to left as I had been doing previously. Okay, here we are. No, we need to use our existing method instead of trying to be too fancy. Being too fancy is not going to be too helpful here. Okay, up we go. And yep, up and over. And we'll continue. That's fine so far. That guy's going to come down. That's going to be fine. Okay. And that's a checkpoint right there, so that's great. We'll be able to get past everything from here. Looks like it's going to be a wall jump up the left side for this whole coin segment. And that's going to be some wall jumping as well, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't think I'll get enough height otherwise, but I'll need a little bit of twirling past that just to get the next wall jump. Quite possibly I need to twirl into that first jump just to gain a little bit more height off the top corner. It's going to require a bit more judgment on my part. But yeah, as long as we kind of maintain height using the twirl. Also, just getting full momentum into that makes a big difference. Yeah, I guess we needed momentum into this as well. But we'll try to twirl over it and just try to land safely. There we go. And this guy... Nope. Was hoping to jump over. Spin jump actually would have done it when it comes to the height restriction on that element. Sort of interesting that the coin trail leading towards the top right seems to be indicating that I could have just skipped the coin and one-up part in the left, but I don't really see that I could. Okay. No, I do need to just keep momentum and just go, go, go. Really need to build up as much speed as I can going into that. I think this was almost certainly designed and playtested around the expectation of not going quite as cautiously as I'm doing, as you can see here. Yeah. Now, that was basically correct in that the timing was right, everything was right except for Divine Cling at the very end. That is the method. Let the Pokey head over to the left side where it will go one tile further than the vine that I need. And then spin jump over for height check purposes. And... okay, here we are. So let's just wait for it to go right to left. Nope. Didn't quite get that down directionally. Needed to really crank that over to the left first before trying anything quite like that. And okay, let's continue. Whoops. Yeah. Do I have enough momentum to work with here? Probably not. Let's just go back and redo this segment. Oh, I see. The idea is that you're supposed to use this slope for a slide, I'm sure. Just to build up some speed. That was riskier than I should have tried. Yeah, pretty manageable level all around, though. I'm not too worried about this. Even for something that is kind of in that 1 to 2% comfort zone, it isn't hard from a platforming perspective. There just can be some corners and spikes that you really do have to watch out for. Just a lot of potential for incoming damage. And a lot of jumps that take a bit of judgment in terms of finding the method that is most comfortable. Like that. Nope. I cannot do that spin jump into wall jump. I really did need to do a standard jump there. As far as I'm aware. Once again, just a matter of keeping some of the wall jump logic straight in my head as we push through. And there we go. Okay, almost there. And we'll drop in there. Okay, looking good. Stumps. Wonder what that's all about. Looks like we'll want to get onto the bumpers, actually. And let the bumpers take us over to the stump, which... no, actually, we want to hit the question block. The question block is going to give me the thing I need. But why would it? Because, oh, maybe the piranha collision is going to crush me, as expected. So... I either need to be fast enough that the stumps are not an issue, or I just need to go around. I don't know what the piranha is for, then. But we'll have to find that out. Yeah, that's going to take a little bit of reading on my part. Just to figure out what's going on. Yeah, because no matter what, the stumps are going to be triggered just by proximity here. Piranha isn't going to do anything for me, really. At least I don't think so. I mean, what could they possibly do? Maybe the idea is that the piranha has to raise the stumps. Yes, it obviously is on the intended path that you have to hit this thing, but just don't see it being useful. Maybe some kind of momentum building sequence that is important here. I'm not sure I get it. Let's just try to build momentum with jumps going from right to left. There we go. Yeah, don't see the point of the piranha. Probably just as a way of tricking you out a bit. I probably needed to use the bumpers to the right to build some momentum going left to right. Yeah, we'll see. That sequence takes a little bit of figuring out. But I think that's very much the point. We're already past CP2 at this point, so should be doing okay. Alright, let's get in over here. Whoops. Doing fine so far. And let's just wait for the next cycle. Out of caution. And why? Oh, I see. Okay, the piranha is going to obstruct me from any kind of wall jump shenanigans out of the left side. I still don't see why I even want to hit the question block for that piranha, though. I think it's probably just a bit of a diversion. Something I'm not supposed to do twice. But we'll see when we get to it. Next cycle, once again. And what do we got here? Okay. Once again, I'll just try to ride this out and build momentum right to left. See how we do with that method. What happens if I go for the bumpers here? Oh, I see. I can bump all the way to the left and probably twirl, except I just want forward momentum followed by spin jump, I think. Yeah, I just want to go right to left, build up some speed, and get enough height off a spin jump to negotiate that piranha. Maybe. A little bit hard to tell at the moment, but... Oh, you know what? No, I can stop the stumps. If I stop the stumps and I spawn a piranha underneath, then the piranha underneath will come up, and then it will give me enough height to proceed to the side piranha. Okay, I get it now. I get it. Okay. Let's actually not think so far ahead that we forget to do everything else the right way, but no, I completely understand that element now and what is actually supposed to happen. Actually kind of nice to have an element like that, where there is a bit of figuring out involved. I find that to be a little more gratifying than something that is just perfectly linear in terms of having everything spelled out for you. But yes, so we absolutely do need that piranha, and then we spin jump first of all, and then we need to stomp the stumps. Raise the lower piranha, have that bring us to the upper piranha. I think that should just go smoothly without any surprises, as long as I don't mess up in extremely simple ways. Okay. Wait for this guy. Actually get the vine cling for once. Okay, here we are. And we'll go this way. Let everything go. Maybe get a little more height and distance off this jump without bumping into anything, I hope. Now we'll actually spin jump onto Pokies properly, as Rybones intended. Pop this guy, and then we'll head up to the stumps. Bit of momentum here. Let the piranha come down. Well, I mean, I need to let it go down first. That was anticipating it a bit early. I was thinking that it would be back down to the ground by that point, and that judgment was clearly wrong. No, let's get this down correctly. And forward. Okay, what do we got here? Just let this guy go sideways. Yeah, standard jump will do just fine there, despite how terrifyingly close that was in terms of the margin. Pop this guy. And we'll wait for the next cycle and wait for the piranha to come down completely. There we go, very satisfying. And I will want a jump followed by a slide for this segment. Yeah. And that's just going to be a completion screen coming right up, I think, as long as we can make this jump without falling into those spikes. That is a completion.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
So yeah, that was Arduous Arbor by Rybones. Going to look at something else quickly. Haven't really done any puzzles in this section, and so this session rather. And I had a code last week that I misentered, and I finally found what the correct code was. I was off by one character, and it was one of those codes that, instead of giving me an invalid level, actually just took me to the wrong place entirely. So this is going to be, yeah, Chris Plays Fun Games. Thank you so much for dropping by for so long today, and for just hanging out and keeping me company, and for giving me the lurk as well. So if you do need to crash pretty soon, you have a good night, and I will catch you around at least as a viewer, even if my streaming is scaling back for the near future. So, really glad to have you around. So yeah, this is on Lupin Snoop's old account. I've just been going through all the one-screen puzzles there because Lupin Snoop is pretty serious about one-screen design and keeping information visible and fair. This one is supposedly straightforward. We'll just see how straightforward. Yeah, Chris, good night. Reach the goal while wearing a dry bones shell, so it's really going to make full use of the one screen just by pushing you past the entrance. The tracks indicate the connectivity between the doors. The axe, of course, will be activated once the dry bones shell is available, but will require me to deal with the yellow blocks here. How gives me access to either door as I move it. Also gives me access to this, which would be a reset if I'm just hitting the muncher. How does not do anything at this stage when I throw it apart from blowing up the bomb. And probably the bone shell as well, I think. One thing that can be done here is bone shell would be able to kick that block, and then I can lower the blaster by one, maybe. No, I can lower it by 2. But what I can do is also carry the shell over, fire the shell, and then that would release whatever's supposed to come out of the blaster. Also notice that you have a bone shell available here, so we're not necessarily locked to that one up top. Now, I think the intended sequence here, I'm just thinking about the key door and what's going on. I believe that we'll have to use that as an entry point to come up to this side in order to stomp on the jump block for what is presumably a bomb that will release this bone shell. So ultimately, that's going to be the sequence, is grab the key, wrap around at the bottom right. Bottom right allows me to crack open the key door. Also, I can in fact obtain the key right away just by doing this. And I can, in fact, just drop this immediately. It's going to sit comfortably, nice and snug. Blow this up with a bomb, presumably, get out of the way. So now we have access to 2 bone shells. Not hard to see how we'll get them both active at once. I do need to see what is in the blaster, so for sure we need to fire. That's going to give me a bomb, and that will take care of that. Interesting. I guess we would have to lower the blaster by 1 level in order to have it fire in this row here, which would eradicate the other bomb. We don't know if the blocks that have been destroyed are also doing any kind of spawn block, and that would be very important information in its own right. Yeah, because I guess the idea is that you would gradually squirt some bombs here and there. Pow block would eliminate the muncher, of course, if we decided to throw it, but we're just going to do this as a door reset to give me access to 2 shells once again. And yeah, I have to lower the blaster by 1. And I'll have to think about how I want to do that. Let's come up here, let's grab the second bone shell for the time being. Looks like there will be... Oh, you know what? If I come down with a bone shell through this door here, I have access to this bomb, and I can blow everything up down there. Okay. So let's just get out of here for a moment. Take the bone shell through this door. Stop the bomb. No, I need to actually jump out of the shell before I stomp the bomb. So... Forgot about the bone shell just killing the bomb instantly. Okay, that should do the trick. So that opens up everything, really. Also allows me to fire a bone shell and then reclaim the other shell. Really, it feels like we haven't interacted with very much in this puzzle so far. But I suppose if you only pop the lower block in lava using the shell, you would actually still bump up against the side of the axe area over here. So what could potentially be the thing we need to do is take into account the fact that a reset will respawn a bomb here directly. I don't know how we can make use of that simply because, well, we'll have to see, I think. Yeah, because the bomb just detonates down there immediately, as we would expect. One-way panel will protect me from the blaster. Yeah, the one-way panel here was the key. We just need to destroy this bomb over here. And that gives me access to an additional bomb, which we can use to pop in this position and destroy the top block. Okay, we have essentially got it, I think. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. So, drop POW. Yeah, noticing the one-way panel to the right of the top left bone shell was really the only key that was needed here to understand the sequence. We pop this guy, claim the bone shell. Next thing will be to come down to the bottom left. That will activate the lower bomb. Well, I mean, once we jump out of it the normal way. Also, I have not yet destroyed this guy. And that seems rather necessary. Or does it? Because if you only destroy these ones and the blaster is lowered, does this block actually matter? I'm not sure that it does. And hey, Merlin, I actually had your new version of 6-5 queued up for whenever you decided to show up, so... but okay, no, if you can't stay, that's fine. I will probably record it at some point anyway, and if you're not here live for that, you can catch up on it afterwards. And you just got out of his 24-hour stream. Who was doing a 24-hour stream? Wow. Well, best of luck to the 24-hour streamer. For sure. And, okay, what were we doing? We need to lower the blaster in order to do a bomb detonation. Yep, pop this. And that will give me bomb access. Eventually. Oh, I see. I see. I do need the bombs to fire along the upper level. Now, why would that be? Okay, something about the bomb detonation I don't quite understand yet. So originally we blew up this guy. Then we blew up the ones to the left. Now, why was the bomb drop there not an issue last time? There was something positional going on there that I was perhaps not totally seeing. It may have been because this block to the left had already been blown up. Maybe. I don't see why that would affect anything, though. So, let's just do this sequence again, just get back to where we were. And yeah, Merlin, please do take a nap. And I'll just be sure to send you a video link afterwards. We will definitely record yours, though. And hopefully I'll be able to see the whole level this time, where I was unable to do so on Friday. Okay. So yeah, glad to see you come by regardless. This might be the last big Mario Maker stream we do in some time, so depending on how quickly I can get everything back in order. Now, let's take out the lower bomb first, as we had been doing previously. Yeah, Merlin, it'll be fine. I mean, it might be some time before I get to see it, and I didn't really give it much time yesterday, so I had already listed it as a level I wanted to do today because I was working on a bit of viewer level overflow. And I had finished some of the harder levels that I didn't finish on the last stream already anyway. So, absolutely no worries there. So, not sure what was going on here with the bomb getting stuck in the first hard block segment. That was not previously an issue. And I don't know why it is now. Ah, no, I see. Because that had to blow up from this position first. Okay, no, I get it. Let's take the shell here and do a quick reset. Pop this. And yeah, let's watch this blow up, and let's see where it blows up. It blows up there. Yep, that was supposed to be done first. There is an order to it, because if that's not done first, then you run into issues with the gap block. So let's start this one over. I feel like the requirement to start it over if you don't get the bombs in the right order is something that, in retrospect, Loop would probably not be too happy with, given that Loop just has very stringent standards for himself when it comes to, you know, the visibility of that kind of thing to the player, because that really depends on whether you are going to try Blaster Unlock first to really see that a bomb is indeed what comes out, although the hard blocks, of course, make that kind of obvious, that that's what's going to happen. What isn't so obvious is that the bomb timing would, of course, give you exactly this pattern of blowing up the one that is 2 spaces to the left of where I am when I'm under the bumper. And yeah, Merlin, I'll be around for some short streams. I just won't necessarily be doing like really big sessions. And so I don't know how much I'll be able to do with viewer levels, for instance, but we'll hopefully be able to figure that out soon. And you also know how to reach me on the Discord if you need anything just play tested or checked offline. I'm able to do that still. So yeah, we'll blow up this guy first. And then we'll have a reset that gives me access to this bone shell once more. Okay. Then we'll take out the bottom bomb. And the puzzle element, I think, is pretty much solved at this point. It's all execution of getting the bomb to blow up the yellow blocks correctly, which I think will partly depend on my positioning in terms of leading the bomb towards me. and also managing the donut blocks in such a way that the bomb will fall and detonate at a time that I wish. So, yeah, I feel like pre-activating the donut blocks might be something that turns out to be necessary here. We'll see, because I do want probably the bombs to drop directly. Except now these guys are falling over this way. Let's just stop them with the POW, perhaps. Or use the POW to obstruct them somehow. No. I want to misdirect the bombs, I think. Because they're blowing up so quickly, I want them to fall into this location. Now, can I do that? Yes, because if I drop the POW here, or a little bit to the left, and then I activate a donut block, then you should be able to get a direct drop, but a bit of a hazardous location while I get that set up. That's okay. Drop the donut block. Now we should have it. Nope. It's going to come down a little too far to the left, unfortunately. Just from the way they walk off that platform, even when the platform is not really there. Okay. We just place this over here, perhaps. Not quite happy with that. I feel like there's maybe something missing about the way I can control the bomb positioning, just to get it to go accurately. Also, the presence of the semi-solid, or at least ground here, seems important somehow. I don't know what else I can do for positional control other than... Oh, you know what? No, I can just grab the other shell, fire a shell here. That doesn't make sense though, because like these bombs are useful for something. And I feel like the bombs must be used in this location. And I can't quite get them to travel the way I would like. So that's the major sticking point at the moment. Although if I have them fire from up top, they take much too long to detonate. I really do need the bomb to just come directly down towards me here, and I feel like maybe there will be some kind of finicky POW placement, perhaps. Just to block the bomb somehow. No. That seems kind of excessively finicky. I really don't know if I trust that to be part of the solution here. Could be that there is something that is blocked by a reset. Let me just check this quickly. Nope, no spawn blocks or anything to work with. Okay, so how do we deal with the yellow blocks then? It feels like it must be with some kind of bomb control. But that... I might just need to jump on the bomb and kick it. And just kick it quickly before it blows up. It seems really kind of hazardous though. But... no. Maybe drop the donut block first and then kick the bomb. Could be I'm missing something extremely obvious here, but... And the other thing, too, is that maybe I don't want to blow up this bomb. Maybe I want the bombs to come down here. It's going to come to around this location. It might be just enough to blow up this location here and let this bomb wander. If this bomb wanders, Particularly if you drop a POW block here to let it walk, then this bomb is allowed to walk over to the right. Once it walks over to the right, it falls into the lava, blows this up. So yeah, it's a bomb order puzzle. This must go last. I've been hitting it prematurely. So the clouds here that allow me to activate this bomb are actually a bit of a red herring. Yeah, I've got it now. Wasn't expecting the bomb drop up top to be so much trouble, but the thing is, now that I know that bomb order actually is something that enforces a restart on this puzzle, that all makes a lot more sense. So let's do the key door segment once again. And okay, that's going to drop. And then we get the first bomb down. And then we'll get the second bomb after that. Okay. And then the bombs that fire over here should come down around here. I might have to kick it in. I probably do, in fact, need to kick it in. Possibly by pre-lowering that guy. No, the timing doesn't seem right. But I might need to place the POW in such a way that the bomb walks off directly here. Okay. I mean, this is one of Loop's earlier one screens, so it's kind of difficult to tell if I am just thinking about it in an unintended way, and maybe there's a much more elegant way to do this. Depending on whether this was maybe one of the earlier puzzle creations, but we'll figure that out fairly soon, I think. Just need to drop that guy down there. Then do the second bomb as before. Then maybe just brace the third bomb like that. Not quite enough room, actually. We'll have to figure out how to really do a good bomb kick. Also, I mean, I could also just soft drop a POW here, and I'm able to do that. Just want to get it on top of the other donut block. If I'm able to manage that spacing? No. Okay, let's just come back here. Redo the sequence. Yeah, quite possible that I'm overthinking something obvious, but clearly the bomb sequence is part of the key in terms of getting this blown up, and clearly, like, having a bomb walk over here definitely appears to be part of the intended solution. It looks so correct now that I look at it that way, but the actual bomb handling is maybe a little more finicky than I expected. But the order should be correct. It's just a matter of somehow safely getting the bomb over to this side, and I'm not quite sure how to make that happen just yet. I might just need to be much better on jumping on the bomb, but it really doesn't look like bombs are particularly jumpable. That's the issue. Because they blow up so very soon. And it also doesn't explain why the clouds do give me access to blowing up this bomb early. Unless that's just a red herring and a dead end, which is always possible. So let's pop this. Let the shell come down. And we'll just do bomb order once again to try to get back into the position that we had earlier. And just see what we can make of that. That's going to come down. That's going to blow up. Now, the bomb gets as far as about this position here. We want it to get into this position. Can we do that with better POW placement? Just get the POW dropped here and then perhaps get off the donut block immediately afterwards. Can I do that with a standard jump, in fact? No. Not well, anyway. That's the thing, the bombs coming out repeatedly create a bit of an issue, but there is a way to mitigate that, simply with a reset, in fact. Where, no, I can't do that with a reset because of the reset door requiring me to drop the POW, and so it's not like I can set the POW to this position while the blaster is back in its original position and then reactivate the blaster. I actually have to do this a dangerous way, I think. Which doesn't seem correct. Like, I'm trying to manipulate POW position now to get the bombs to go directly, nope, where I want. And yeah, that's just a muncher telling you don't spend the POW. We know that already, it's just... So what I'm trying to do currently is I want to get the POW into this location here to see if it displaces the bomb's falling pattern such that they fall directly in here. But if I were to do that, I would have to do it while the bombs are falling down on top of my head. That seems really unusually fussy. So that tells me it's probably not the right solution. Oh, I can do it that way. Okay. It's actually not too bad. I was wondering about that arc. Yeah, okay, maybe it's doable, except I would have to have it stacked directly on top of the donut all the way, otherwise the bomb just doesn't have enough room to fall. But we can try it that way. Let's just practice this once more, just to make sure we execute it well. I don't know, it seems... up throw will also work, because up throw will not be enough to crash the POW against anything. No, I'm wrong about that. It crashes it against a bumper. Crashes it against a bumper, really? I thought the POW would have gone through the bumper. Maybe it actually is just hitting the wall? That seems unusual. I would have completely expected the POW to go through, unless I was just way off center. Oh, it's clearly hitting something. Oh, it's probably hitting just this ceiling tile to the left, in fact, but... no, I don't think that's going to be right. That's much too fussy. But if I could get the POW to sit directly over here, and do it with a clean method while all the bombs are falling on my head, that might be the solution I need. But it just seems very unusually execution dependent, which makes me doubt that it is in fact correct. Because yeah, ultimately I need the bombs to fall down here. Currently they're landing in this location. I need them to land in this location. It really seems like the way to do it. Just I need to get off the donut platform very quickly. I mean, alternatively, I could have the bombs fall down this way as well. But yeah, let's just try to see what we can do while the bombs are active, so we can see what kind of patterns we can get using this method. Don't really like this method, though. I really don't think it's correct. Yeah, don't like it at all. That's not going to be far enough to the right to let the bomb actually come down. But you can kind of see what I'm going for here. Just let the next one slide. No, that's not going to be good enough either, I don't think. It's just going to bump down to its existing location. I mean, it could just be maneuvering these guys to the right. Particularly with the aid of a donut drop. There might be something I don't understand about what controls the bomb's falling direction, except I think it is consistently deflecting against the wall, and that's the issue here. Is that as soon as it hits the wall, it wants to go and change directions. And that's currently not working wonders. No. I mean, I could stomp and kick the bomb, but that has not worked well so far in terms of not taking damage. I'm not allowed to go on hiatus. Bex, this is not entirely up to me, unfortunately. So, we'll have to reconsider your veto power, but I appreciate the vote of confidence in this stream. It's hopefully not going to be long, it's just that my ability to actually sit down with a game uninterrupted in the next little while is going to be severely interrupted. And I feel like people do deserve a bit of fair warning about that. So, no, it's nothing difficult, it's just, you know, real-life responsibilities picking up in certain ways that are just going to require some adjustment. Like, I would like to get back to streaming as soon as I can. But yeah, I hope you've been doing well on your end. I dropped by a bit when Steve from Minecraft launched in Smash just to see how your smashing was getting on, but... And of course I'll be around as a viewer. I won't necessarily be streaming as much, but I might actually, you know, be much more available to just kind of go back to viewing Twitch again from time to time. What was I doing? I have the key already, I unlocked the key door. I forgot to hit the bomb in the top right because I was busy talking. But here we go. Bomb in the top right. Like Alien Isolation, no, I have not played it. No, that's the kind of FPS horror alien game, right? I think I have a rough idea of what it is, but I have not played it. I'm not really much of an FPS person, so I don't really keep up with that field as closely. Okay, so far that's fine. The sticking points I'm running into with this puzzle is how to position a second bomb here, and it very clearly needs to be here. And there's something I'm just not understanding about the bomb position in terms of how to make that happen. Quite possibly I just need the bomb to fall on top of this POW and deflect a bit further, but just don't really like that. Unless there's something else I can do with the blaster in terms of positioning, but the top position really isn't going to do anything for me except give me a bomb in the previous configurations we were dealing with. Obviously, the bottom left bomb is accessible through the door in the bottom left, as we figured out earlier, but that doesn't do what I want, because I want a bomb to come through this way. So that's not really doing the trick. Could be something to do with a shell kick, perhaps. Then that doesn't explain what the upper bombs are doing for me. So yeah, it's more of a horror game than an FPS shooter. I think RE7? Okay, I see. I haven't played RE7 either, but I know that it was kind of the transposition of RE into first person. Designed with VR in mind, so far as I'm aware. Yeah. Yeah, lately I've, outside of Mario Maker, just been playing a lot of Super Nintendo again. I've been kind of pushing through DKC2 off stream. Also did the full 6-star clear of Yoshi's Island not long ago, which had been kind of my side project in recent weeks. But yeah, it's been nice to return to some of those and really see them with some fresh eyes. Okay. This is not working out. This guy here. There's something I'm not doing right. Maybe I should activate the bomb in the bottom left again, since I do obviously have access to it. Maybe I should reconsider my method here, but it just looks so obvious to me that I'm supposed to let this guy walk. That... Oh, you know what? No, I can just... Okay, no, that's wrong. I was hoping to grab that bomb and then place it in this slot here. But now I think I'm possibly just dead. So let's just come back here, see what we can do. Back is not so much that I'm not a fan of horror, it's just that I think it's one of those things that falls down to stack for me in terms of getting crowded out by other games and other priorities I schedule in. I'm okay with horror. I don't play a lot of it, though. I also don't play a great deal in first person. With some exceptions, there have been some fantastic FPS or FPS-like experiences, of course, that, you know, even appeal outside the normal range of players that attracts, but... What am I doing here? I have access to the POW for door resets. I really wanted to get these guys down here. Maybe the bone shell allows me to manipulate where the bomb is going to go. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I was really hoping somehow we can just walk these guys over to the right. And I just don't see that happening at this point. Maybe I was not supposed to destroy this bottom block here. And that could be part of the problem. Yeah, if destroying the bottom block was part of the problem, that would explain a lot, in fact. I might just have to restart this. And yeah, Becca, I think it's definitely the case that depending on what year of my life it is, I either focus very deeply on a narrow range of games, or I take a year every now and then to just sample a lot of things. And I think the last time I really had a sampling year would have been 2018, when I was just going through piles and piles of indie games. Just playing a bit of everything and really catching up on what was going on in game design. But this year has been very focused on Mario Maker for the most part. I'm hoping that I will definitely be able to stream regularly again by the time Age of Calamity comes out. But And I actually just got Obra Dinn on sale as well, and Return of the Obra Dinn was something I'd been looking forward to for a long time, in terms of, you know, just waiting for the right time and entry price to get in on that. Because it did seem very much like my kind of thing, and so that's likely one of the next things I'll do here, as well as some other experiences, I guess. But it's more that it's not that I'm unable to stream, it's that I'm less able to stream or play over long sessions in the near future, and so that really kind of puts a restriction on things like viewer levels, which have been the core of this channel for a very long time. And you love that game, and you got the limited run. Roll, okay. I haven't actually gotten any of the limited run cards of a lot of the Switch indies yet, because I've been, you know, pretty comfortable buying digital for those, but I can definitely see the appeal of just having that permanently in your library. I may wait on the physical for Ori and the Will of the Wisps. I held off on picking it up because I heard there were a lot of bugs in the initial launch version. Just a lot of crashing. But it was something I had meant to play as soon as I could, and so at this point it might make sense for me to just grab the card anyway, since it is a single-player game, and often when I'm done with those, there is a good incentive to have the physical edition just so I can, you know, pass them along to friends and family. What am I doing with this bomb? I feel like I'm supposed to, like, even kick it in midair or something, but that seems really way too execution dependent. I just don't trust that to be the solution. No. That was totally off. And yeah, you avoid digital? Yeah, I can definitely see, just given some of the difficult generational transitions we've had with, like, keeping a Nintendo digital library, I can see why that would be the case. Just, you know, given the impermanence of the Wii to Wii U transition and the Wii U to Switch transition. And just Nintendo being a bit laggard in that respect, I think. I really hope the Switch as a platform and an OS and as a shop is something that is kept on a much longer term basis. Because there is such a huge indie library on it at this point that it makes no sense to just hit the reset button on that over the span of a few years. I really hope they just keep this platform going and have a very long lifespan for it. Okay, what am I doing? Shell is fine. Shell gives me access to this, but I don't really want that at this point. I want instead to... Yeah, so you see the fence over here. That's obviously on top of some kind of ground tile. Ground tile indicates to me that if I blow up this location in this slot, bombs should be able to walk comfortably over, fall into lava, blow up the yellow blocks. The one step I'm missing is, like, the bombs that come through the middle level, I just don't know how to detonate them in the place I actually want. And I don't know if it is something that's supposed to be execution dependent. It seems uncommonly fussy for it to be execution dependent, which makes me suspect that I'm doing something wrong. But... oh, interesting that I blew this up the oh yeah, because I forgot to blow this up the first time. Okay. So this is wrong anyway. I don't really have access to this slot otherwise. I think I just need to reset this. There is a bomb order, I just don't... see, I'm just missing that one step. How do I use the middle bomb? In either this location or this location. Because every time I go back there and do it, I am dying and losing all progress, so... There might be some tunnel vision going on here where I'm just missing something that I should be interacting with. Obviously, there's a very strong implication I can activate this bomb manually. I don't see why I would want to do that. Maybe if I bounced on top of this bomb normally, once I grab the bone shell, then I can reposition it. But it seems like I bounce off on top of the cloud whenever I do try to bop it, so even with a soft bounce. So let's pop this. Let's try the bottom left method one more time, just to see if I have any flexibility when it comes to bouncing out of the bomb. Like, can I actually stay low without bouncing on top of a cloud? No. That blows up, and that pretty much blows the attempt, because that's a ding-dong, but obviously I shouldn't do that, but I feel like even though there is that series of what are very clearly ground tiles here, that maybe the bomb still makes contact with the lava ahead of time when it falls into the lower level, and so walking the bomb may be the wrong idea. I should think about something like a shell kick. But I only have access to that one shell, so okay. Let's come back here. Let's just do this sequence once more. All of this is pretty straightforward. It may be purely just a timing thing, which would be unusual. Yeah, actually, I'm having second thoughts about the ability to walk this bomb over. Maybe there's something going on that, you know, uses the ability to reset some of the bomb timings, but like I feel like we just kind of have to follow this solution sequence and have bomb access. This guy is never going to fall quickly enough to give me anything that I want positionally. It's always going to have to come down the middle. And we're just missing that one step. Maybe I needed to slot in that POW ahead of time. I mean, we can try the slot into POW method again, because I feel like maybe that's most promising. Actually, that's the best position we've ever gotten out of that thing. Maybe it'll finally do the trick. No, it won't. Okay. In light of that, what do we do? We can lower the donut block. We can additionally try to get some kind of placement on the left side. I just need to deflect the bomb somehow. I might just need to jump it in midair, but that has not worked for me at all. Maybe lower the donut block and then jump it. But then it falls into this location. That's not far enough to blow this up. Other thing that could happen is, yeah, no, when I blow this up in advance, every time this bomb spawns, it just falls immediately. So it's kind of surprising that that step would be that obtuse. That does not seem right. It's finicky enough that I may have to actually do the shameful thing and cheat and check comments, just to see if I'm totally barking up the wrong tree. The presence of a spring in the bottom left is something that I haven't used to my advantage yet. It's quite possible that you can do something with that like a shell deflection. Like send a shell right to left, shell comes back left to right. Maybe that does something useful. And that's something I have not considered yet. But we'll have to fool around with that some more. Let's just get back down there. Yeah, no, we want to do this bomb first for sure, just so we don't get to do things in the correct prescribed order. And then I want to reset so I can grab one more shell. And what do we got? Yeah, maybe I can try to blow up the lower bomb again. It was giving me the ding-dong. But then I think maybe, you know, that's going to be triggered by a specific, by a specific block blowing up anyway, and so it's just detecting that the blocks are going off. It's been surprisingly hard in that, like, it looked very simple when I was just glancing at it, and then the one thing that threw me off completely was the way the bomb falls down to center column. The way the bomb deflects off the wall when it comes down to center column, it has thrown off my approach to this completely. And I thought it was very simple until I hit that. So, because, like, the logical sequence here doesn't seem hard. Let's try blowing it up, and let's try... Oh, no, forgot that I need to jump out of this. Yeah, let's try blowing that up. And then I'll try to do the back and forth with the shell on the next attempt. Okay, reload the shell. Bomb is going to spawn immediately. I don't really have an opportunity to use that bomb at all, I think. But anyway, that's going to come down, and that's correct, but doesn't really help. I mean, if I drop the pallet like this, am I able to walk in those ground tiles? I don't think I can. I don't think that's safe, but... if I can somehow get both shells available, then that would be a bit of a breakthrough. Because, I mean, one shell, if I kick it against the trampoline, is just going to come back and hit in this area. But I would need a second shell in order to... oh, you know what? I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Yeah, no, I've got it. I've got it. Then I wonder what this whole segment is, because I don't feel like I actually need to use the bomb up in the top left at all. I feel like that's just one massive diversion, because I have a strategy now, and it is not part of the strategy. Maybe it is just a complete red herring. But I have a very specific idea of what I want to do now. I'm going to blow up the bottom left. I'm just going to leave the top bombs alone as much as possible. And then I'm going to try to have two shells active at once so I can kick one shell and ride the other one through. I was staring at this for a while thinking, okay, how do I get both shells claimed at once? Actually, fairly easy. We just need to reclaim the top right shell. And then once I have the top right shell, what I'm going to do is take it with me up to the top door. And then I'm going to swap. Nope, whoops. That was wrong. Oh, and now I'm locked. Okay. I think this must have been a very early one screen by Loop, because there's a lot of stuff that he has learned not to do since. But I have been playing through all of the one screens that Loop used to make, and I think everybody who makes these goes through a bit of a learning process. And so I think there's definitely some evidence here that it is an early level, and no reason to begrudge the maker for that, obviously. I mean, that's definitely just a craft that has improved with practice. You can definitely see the results of that labor with some of the more recent levels we've experienced. Okay, drop in once more. Load that up. Once again, reset to grab the shell. Okay. Drop this POW. Take this shell up top. Swap shells. Nope, wrong way. I wanted to jump over and kick it to the right. I just missed. Let's just go back. Redo this. Yeah, just a fussy little execution thing that is very easily avoided and corrected. Certainly nothing to grumble about. Okay, just give myself a little bit of space there so I can do that shell kick accurately. Try to... no. No. How do I do the shell swap, then? Seems a little bit finicky to do that. So I don't want to crush the shell, I want to project it. And I want to probably manipulate that shell placement. Maybe I do need the bombs, but let's just come through here before the detonation. How long have I been working on this puzzle? Not very long, actually. I worked on a Kaizo level earlier tonight. That took me about an hour. This one has probably taken me about half an hour, I think, but it's really simple except for just one step that I don't understand. Everything was straightforward up to that point, and now I'm thinking that maybe the tightness of the top corner is precluding me from doing the shell swap the way I want. Because what I want to do is I want to survive with this shell and bring it through with me. And I don't see another way to do it just yet, because I want two shells active. One does a kick, the other one allows me to ride. Maybe the placement of this is specifically done to prevent me from doing it the way I want. Oh hey, we got that. Okay, we got it. Okay, no, that was successful. It's finicky enough that I wonder if it's unintended, but we'll make sure that we placed a POW. And then we'll reset through here. It may be an unintended solution. I'm not entirely sure. But maybe everything else is just a massive red herring, so... Okay, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing a shell kick to the right, sorry, to the left against a spring, and then we ride the other shell over. So let's make sure we get this right. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to have to pass that on to Loop afterwards to ask him if that was actually the intent, because we just completely skipped everything with the bombs coming down to center column, but it was just much too fussy to work with there, so I will take the clear. Breaking out the soft shells. Maybe that was the intended way, and that there were just a lot of wrong solutions or divergence there. What does the one comment say? Nice. Yeah. Maybe there was something globally patched about the bomb physics ever since this was made in last August, but no, I don't think that's the case. I think I just had to wrap my head around what the correct approach would be. It did really feel like a cheese. Given the spacing of the top left, that makes that method uncomfortable, and the fact that I was not using the entirety of the bomb interaction in the top center. That's okay, I'm going to take it. Okay, next thing I'm going to look at, I did not get very far with this in viewer levels on Friday because it was near the end of the stream and I was tight on time, but I did tell Merlin I would record the revision of this level, which is being prepared for World 6 in his ongoing Super World. We actually didn't make it to Ludwig at all last time I looked at this, so. And yeah, actually, Bex, if you're really into very stylish traditional worlds, there was a really good one, like a very unique one aesthetically that I saw a few weeks ago that I think you would be very interested in. It's the one by Solar Horse. And yeah, very much traditional Mario, but with a lot of unorthodox environments that, you know, really transformed the maker styles into new places. And it seemed very much like your kind of thing. So I'll have to get you to code for that in case you ever want to push through a super world of that nature. Although I know you're busy with Alien Isolation and all the rest. Whoops. What was the theme? Well, there was a different theme per each world, but there was like a microbial world, there was a world where you're on the motherboard of a computer, there was like a... There was a world that was a world of sweets where you're entering cakes and ice cream and all that. Like, it was doing a lot of stuff to really rethink how to use the palette, and also just a very accessible world in terms of difficulty. It is very much tuned for, you know, traditional Mario players. And yeah, so it was designed with with the Super World sequence in mind, in terms of, you know, each world having its own self-contained little narrative as you go through the levels and ultimately to the boss. And yeah, I remember that, like, that was very much your style as well, so. Okay. Let's try to get this jump accurately. I had a bit of trouble with it previously, but I think this is a new edition of the level, and so I think Merlin actually nerfed some of this stuff after my previous playtest. Because some of the heights were giving me trouble. Yeah, it's been much easier to get to this checkpoint, in fact. And so, yeah, Merlin, who made this series of levels, in which I've been playing for a very long time, that's also stuff that's very, like, aesthetic, hard traditional, and very pretty to look at in its own right. Whoops. Okay, right after checkpoint. Yeah, Merlin is a very good decorator, for sure. But yeah, don't know how much time you make for Mario Maker these days, but I definitely have piles of codes that I can send you. You know, if you're looking for something specific. I feel like that's one of the reasons why I've been playing so much Mario Maker, is that I've really been able to scout out a lot of things where, you know, if people are feeling like they don't enjoy the experience, or they're burning out, or the levels are seeming a bit samey, I've seen enough levels at this point that if people tell me what their tastes are, I can recommend things that are a good fit for them. And it's kind of nice because it's the same thing I used to do for a lot of people, and still do when it comes to books, films, etc., where, you know, if I figure out what their tastes are, I can usually play matchmaker a bit and really link them up to something that is their style. And yeah, it's too bad you were getting a lot of bad levels. I find that sometimes it depends on the time of day, it depends on, you know, who's submitting, what kind of audience is coming in, which is kind of a random draw with viewer levels. I find that I've had a very good run with viewer levels in the last few weeks, especially, where I've been very pleased with the quality of what I've been seeing, and I know that the quality is not what a lot of other streamers see. That, like, I've had regulars come back who are very high quality regulars, and I think they've just been elevating everybody else around them. And I mean, you know, you do get some duds in there, but I don't really get that much in the way of, like, people making junk that is just designed to kill me anymore. I don't really see much of that, where they just want to laugh at how badly the streamer is doing. Rarely happens these days. I feel like most of the levels I get are from people who are very serious about design and playtesting, and it's kind of sad that I have to, you know, scale back a bit and take a bit of a hiatus, because on the viewer level side, things have been growing steadily, and I've had a lot of people come back for more, and, you know, I've been very happy to see more of their submissions. And I think that's the trick to viewer levels when you do them over a long stretch, is that, like, when you see somebody who knows what they're doing, you want to make sure they feel comfortable coming back. And you want them to really kind of get the message that good level design is appreciated here. And I'm sure you do a lot of that yourself as well. I think you're very clear about when you like something. But if you want, like, good submissions, I think that might just be all there is to it. And yeah, it's kind of too bad that you would get fed up with the experience. I think certainly if you were just getting a lot of junk, like, that's... A lot of streamers, I think, are in that position of just saying they've had enough, where, you know, they'll even just turn to Versus or Endless or whatever. Particularly streamers that have gotten rather big, you know, people who do Mario Maker at a partner level and such. A lot of them really do just drop viewer levels, because by that point, I think they are big enough that they do attract a lot of crap from people who just want lots of views. But yeah, it is very much, I think, there is a certain element of luck to it. There is a certain element of timing. But yeah, I've generally been very pleased. I think that... I say this to people who submit to me on viewer levels as well, that, you know, I watch enough other Mario Maker streams to know how much better my crowd often is. Because they are well above average, and I've been very happy with that. Okay, that's going to be one key over here. It looks like the doors were just symmetrically oriented anyhow, and that's going to be it for that fight. Okay, great. So yeah, the fight itself was actually quite simple. I think the headroom on everything leading up to that has been substantially relaxed in this version, and so I'll be very glad to send it separately to Merlin and give him the stamp of approval. He did show up earlier in the stream, but had to take off because he had been following somebody else's 24-hour stream all day and just had to drop off and get some sleep, but just needed to record that and get out of the way. Okay, there's something that's kind of more of a tech demo, I think, that I really want to show off. I've been quite excited about seeing what's going on with General BB, otherwise known as Geitje, Geitje. So he's a very advanced maker who's posting contraptions all the time, and you know, glitch setups and detection setups and such, often on Twitter, but increasingly on Twitch. And he's been working on a really interesting detection mechanism that I don't think he has published yet. And seeing this level come up makes me think that this might be the thing that he was working on. So this is Mar.io. What are on-off switches and how do they work? You're doing one of those at 24 hours, or doing a 24-hour stream at 1,000 followers, I see. Well, you know, just have to stay hydrated, make sure the food is all ready. I have had... I think the longest I've ever gone was about 8 hours continuously. And that was actually one of these Mario Maker backlog streams. Okay. Oh, look at that. You hit the block and that triggered the on-off. Okay, no. Okay, I have to explain this to you, because here's what's going on. I knew he was working on this mechanism. I hadn't seen a level that actually used it yet. So, when you collect a power-up, or when you spawn a power-up from a block, there is a moment where there is a bit of a frame delay, like a freeze frame, where, like, you notice how when you hit, well, it's a coin, so nothing happens. But if I get a flower, watch this, when I pick up the flower, notice how it freezes for a second while the score displays. When the score displays and when there is that freeze from changing a power-up state, what General BB did was he created a detector that is a lag detector. So whenever there is like lag from a change in power-up state, it changes the on and off. I was really excited to see this in action because he'd been talking about it and kind of streaming some of the contraption research over the week. And so this is very much a tech demo level, but like this is going to be absolutely crazy, you know, in terms of what you can do for design. Because look at that, you pop the key, Cheep Cheep comes down, interesting. Look at this, you hit the block and the Cheep Cheep comes out, right? Oh, no, that's not what's happening. Something else needs to happen. Oh, I see, I just need to lower this thing with a change in state. And I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a hit. When I take a hit, that's going to affect power-up state. And look at this thing, it's going to go down. Look at that. It is absolutely crazy, yeah. And he'd been posting a couple of different revisions of this setup as well to make it more and more compact. And so I don't know if he's actually published it in its final form yet, but let me just check what's in this location. Okay, I wanted to check the upper part. I might have to replay this. But anyway, yeah, we'll grab this, and that's going to toggle the on-off. Toggle, like that. We'll tap this. Star isn't going to do much at the moment, but... Oh, I think it's just showing me that the star, when it spawns, does not lag the screen. Anyway, we'll cling on here and we'll try to deliberately take damage. Yeah, take damage. There we go. Freeze. But yeah, working on a level design that actually communicates this concept is going to be the trick here. When you grab the star, however, freeze. Look at that. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. What if I let the star expire? Does it have a frame delay? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yes, it does, actually. It has the switch over here. I want to go back through this to check the clown car area again, because I didn't actually see what was up top there, and this is fairly short. And this is just an amazing piece of tech. And notice that he actually built this in a way that it is loaded entirely off-screen. We never actually see the mechanism. It's loaded entirely off-screen, and it stays globally loaded. So, pop this, pop that. Pop this, pop that. And, oh, don't want to get squished. And what you cultivated with Mario Maker did something similar with Smash. Yeah, in terms of having a community where you attract an audience that is the kind of audience you were hoping to get. And hey, Greggy Spike. Greggy Spike, you have to check this out. So this is the thing by General BB that he's been working on lately. And I'd heard about this done a couple times, but this is the lag detector. And so whenever you have a change in power-up state or something else that freezes the frame, there is an off-screen globally loaded detector that changes the on-off state. So it happens when you spawn certain kinds of power-ups, but not all. And whenever you have a change in Mario's power-up state, either from grabbing one or from taking damage. Okay, let's get back up here. Yeah. So here, for instance, I'm going to get upstairs, and I'm going to take damage, and it's going to toggle the on-off switch to lower the blaster. And then I take damage again, and it's going to toggle the on-off switch to kill the blaster. Now, I showed this off already, but I wanted to check the clown car segment before entering the pipe, just to see what was going on. Oh, interesting. There's something up there. I feel like I am supposed to tap this. And then you can see, yeah, here's the mechanism. So this is how it works. And it's going to show me, using the power-up, that when you have the frame delay, notice that it affects the movement of the spiny slightly differently than it affects the movement of... No, it freezes everything. It freezes the platforms, it freezes the cannons and the spiny. So what's actually going on here to make contact? Oh, I think it's because when the spiny is freezing and then coming out of that state is actually hitting the switch. That's weird. Hopefully it doesn't actually get patched out or anything, because this is just much too interesting. Yeah, I think it's working because of, like, maybe some kind of... I don't exactly know how it works, to be honest. I have to ask him. But everything freezes, but when it resumes, it looks like there's a bit of, you know, change in synchronization that's going on in terms of, like, the Spinies' ability to actually collide. Because, yeah, normally the Spinies are protected from colliding with the on-off switches because it bumps against the cannon. When it resumes, however, it looks like that doesn't happen. So, absolutely crazy. Yeah, it changes the pattern in a very small way. And yeah, Bex, so General BB works on this kind of stuff all the time. Like, he has a Twitter feed which is literally all just crazy Mario detection mechanisms, and if you play a lot of his levels, like, they are very advanced concept demos. Like, he's worked on a ton of music levels and has developed a ton of music tech to have music levels that like actually properly play like platformers, for instance. And yeah, it's just, he's somebody who just has this incredibly deep understanding of how the engine actually works. And I'm just going to give a shout out to his stream so you can actually see where he researches this, because he always does a building stream that almost nobody knows about, because he doesn't really advertise it. And it's kind of just a very well-kept secret among advanced makers who are looking for tech tricks like this, and he's always just kind of glitch hunting there. So yeah, very glad to show that off. I was really quite interested in what he would be doing there. And yeah, that's the stream. I think he went by General BB here in his maker name, because a lot of people, including myself, just have too much trouble with Dutch. Okay, going to load up something else now. And yeah, so what was I looking for? Wow, Rammer just uploaded a whole new world. I don't know if I don't think I'll get to it today, but maybe when I'm back from hiatus. Okay, so here's Four Wings, who is a very, very good puzzle designer who was responsible for the notorious Yoshi Egg level in 4YMM, as well as many of the very elaborate escapes in Mario Maker 1. And he made a level called Dr. Mario vs. Koopa Zombie Virus, which he assured me is only coincidentally reminiscent of recent current events. King Bowser is infected with the Koopa zombie virus. Can you cure him, or is he going to just try to force through some nominations to the Koopa Supreme Court? Well, we'll see. It currently has a fairly long world record, over 6 minutes, which is telling me that there are probably some interesting puzzle interactions if I know anything about how this guy works. Looks like this will just try to run itself, though. Interesting that it looks like there's... Ah, I see. You have ice blocks in 3 different layers, so it doesn't matter where Bowser fires. Yeah, I think this is mostly just going to be a cute thematic level, but we'll see what happens and read the story as we go. So, Bowser is now infected, and he's going to look like he's spitting poison at you because of the way he's overlaying a blaster. Look at that. Because Bowser's contagious, and he won't put on a mask, and he's infecting everybody. So, yeah, let's just come through here. And yeah, I actually really do like the way this is set up to make it look like he's just spitting poison and vomiting at you all the time. Just puking all over your face, you know. I've seen a couple of coronavirus-themed levels. They were a little more common earlier in the pandemic, and some of them were, in fact, taken down by Nintendo. I was actually sort of privately advised to get to this one quickly in case of the distant possibility that it is taken down for, you know, just Nintendo wanting to keep its player base innocent of this stuff. But it's sort of been interesting to see a couple of different coronavirus concepts, where I saw one very early on that was about exponential growth, where you would just have the Goomrats constantly multiplying. I saw one earlier on that was a very popular kind of cutscene auto level that was about advising you to wash your hands. For a cutscene auto level, it was actually very well made. This is definitely the first virus level I've seen that has a poison spit, though. Now, getting rid of that previous poison mushroom through responsible social distancing was definitely helpful, but we have to dodge another volley of that, as you can see, because Bowser remains infectious. But yeah, sometimes playing around poison mushrooms is just a matter of positioning. And yeah, we'll just... This level definitely makes me miss the Dr. Mario costume that was in Maker 1. I feel like people would have gotten so much mileage out of the Dr. Mario costume had it been available this year. Because I was already seeing so many, you know, medically themed levels built using that costume in Maker 1 back when I think there was just a much more aesthetic element to the game overall from people constantly using mystery mushroom costumes as the basis of the more thematic designs. Oh, whoops. Didn't read that one-way panel correctly. Thought I was safely isolated. But it appears not, so... Okay, let's go. And yeah, we'll have to get through here and just lead this guy off the platform if I can, and if not, it'll get trapped behind that one way. Now, we need to not get trapped in this next segment here. I knew that was coming, and I just don't really have a good plan for dodging it yet. I think I just have to go right over that series of two one-way columns. I think I just need to jump right over it and dodge the trap entirely. And yeah, because Bex Plays, I remember some of the Maker 1 designs that you did, I think, because like very early on, especially, you know, in the early state of the game in 2015, I think it stuck out at me that, you know, you were one of the makers who was much more aesthetically inclined in terms of like really leaning hard into what you can do with the themes. But I think that's true of a lot of the most popular levels in Maker 1, actually, that a lot of them just never got ported over. There was a really interesting and popular one later in the life of the game when they had the Triforce Heroes costume, I think, where you would play as several links together in a stack. And I think that was the one that was used for the Mission Impossible music level, where, you know, it's simulating playing as several links that rescue each other and so on. Now, those are one-way panels pointing right. I could have afforded to stay low. I did not really need to jump around that segment. Yeah. You were famous once, and now you've just decided to be a washed-up streamer? I don't know. Actually, it seems like your stream is really kind of going well in terms of... It's, I think, very difficult, the way I see it, to really make a variety stream work as a smaller streamer, in that, you know, there are a lot of people who will not follow you from game to game unless they are really there specifically for you, and when they're there specifically for you, like, you're competing with a lot of people in that space, and I do think it takes a lot of, you know, work night to night, the way that you've been streaming constantly, to really kind of cultivate an audience that will kind of follow you around and not just stay for the one game that they wanted to do. I think that's kind of the double-edged sword with doing things like viewer levels in Maker 2, is that, like, you get a very fast, reliable audience, but at the same time, it's sort of in the nature of viewer levels that we attract people who are pretty much only here for Mario Maker. And it's always nice when I can get people who can stay for some other things as well, like when I was running Paper Mario earlier in the summer. But yeah, like I was playing a lot of Hades last month, and I did not actually end up streaming Hades because I, first of all, wanted to take the game in short segments, and which didn't end up being the case. I ended up like really binging hard on that thing in ways I did not imagine. But partly because, you know, sometimes you do have to make some hard decisions about games that already have this extremely saturated audience, I think. Where, you know, you look at categories that have the massive day one numbers, and you realize that, like, getting in on that as a small streamer actually kind of crowds you out, unless people have a very specific reason to come back for you. And, yeah, building that loyalty base really takes work, I think, because the sort of thing that concerns me at this point is that, like, my schedule is going to change pretty dramatically by the looks of it, in terms of when I can come on, how long I can come on, etc. And in some ways it might be more convenient for some of my existing viewers, and in some ways I do think some people are going to fall through the cracks and, you know, not necessarily find the opportunity to come back for whatever new times I manage to establish. And so I think that's going to be a challenge in terms of just getting a better schedule designed. The thing about Mario Maker is that people do, as both makers and streamers, people do burn out on the game and they drop out for long periods of time. I've had a lot of people drop out for months and then come back. But it's, I think, very normal for Mario Maker that even people who are just die-hard Mario Maker level creators who, you know, put like 20 hours into making single levels and such, they feel a need to play other stuff from time to time, and when they feel a need to play other stuff, they're not coming back to submit more, you know? And it's just something that is going to happen. But yeah, by the sound of it, you've been fine with retaining your Smash audience, though, so maybe you've been doing fine with that. And yeah, I'll have to drop by for some more of that at some point. I mean, I haven't really played much Smash Ultimate multiplayer at all. I feel like I've been just mostly doing single-player content in it, which is kind of counterintuitive, but also very well supported by Ultimate. Yeah, Among Us has been kind of an interesting phenomenon. I have not played it, but it feels like a bit of an interesting phenomenon in that, you know, people do have a specific reason to be following and rooting for specific personalities and gathering around the channels that are already channels to which they have a little bit of attachment or loyalty. And what do I even do with this? I feel like there was maybe some kind of proximity-based interaction that I was not triggering properly, where I just needed to get close enough to have a bomb trigger for the scroll stop, and yeah, I guess I wasn't really hugging the wall on the previous attempt. Yeah, I'll have to let you know if I ever get in on that. I don't know if I will anytime soon. Partly it's because I'm not really set up to stream on PC, in that streaming is already kind of taxing my machine quite a bit, but I'll have to see if I can kind of get things together technically, and even if I'm off stream, you know, it's still a social game that can be played. But yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes. I mean, like I said, I will really have to give some thought to how I'm going to organize a lot of my streaming again. Because yeah, it looks like I am supposed to touch the right column there just to get in proximity of whatever bomb interaction is going on. Or maybe I just generally need Bowser to face to the right, because, yeah, look at the Bowser firing to the left. I think this is giving me a clue that Bowser's facing direction is the thing that should consistently give me something like a bomb activation for the scroll break. And so as long as I actually stay to Bowser's right in the final segment, I think that should actually be what I want, and that the level has been trying to tell me this all along. But need to dodge that, obviously. And yeah, somebody, like, you know, a game has really made it when people start either porting it or making parodies of it in Mario Maker. And I did have somebody send me an early playtest version of an Among Us level in Mario Maker about a week or two ago, and then they finally uploaded the final version, and it has obviously just taken off like a rocket. It has, I think, been one of the most popular levels on the charts recently from the numbers I was seeing on seeing the level appear on other people's streams. But partly because I think, you know, all of the big Mario Maker streamers had also spent a considerable time in Among Us, and much like they were doing with Fall Guys a month prior to that. And I think some of them are still on Fall Guys, just, you know, being platformer players by nature. But and, well, it was mostly a thematic thing, where it was in SMB3 Night Castle, I think, where you just kind of swim around to make it look like you're looking at a top-down layout of the spaceship, and then, you know, you just send the Koopalings out the airlock or something. Not really being an Among Us player, I think some of the nuances of that level were lost on me, but yeah, that's when you know a game has truly made it. Okay, we need to face right. Yeah, there's clearly some kind of ignition that needs to go on. You've definitely fallen out of Fall Guys. Yeah, it's... I mean, I never actually wound up playing it. Like, it was one of those things that I just kept at the back of my mind. But not a lot of Battle Royale style formats actually keep my attention for long. Mario 35 has been the most successful at that in a very long time, and even that I have not really been playing lately. Like, I still have to unlock a lot of the stages in it. Mario 35 is a good fit because it, you know, at least fits a Mario skill set, but I found that the level of competition has become notably stiffer just as a result of what kind of player base it has retained. Which is good in a way in that the metagame has been changing on the fly as people have to learn how to deal with, you know, Lakitu and Spiny and so on in ways that they hadn't previously. I don't think I've even seen a Buzzy Beetle yet, because I'm just not that far in Mario 35 unlocks, but it's probably the most I've enjoyed, as I was saying, something that's in Battle Royale format, and even so, I think it's very difficult to make the time for that, as any kind of serious commitment. Yeah, there's this, like back, I don't know if you remember Therimon, but Therimon, who is occasionally here on this stream and who was, you know, part of the same Maker 1 circle that we had going on. He's dumped a lot of time into Mario 35, like it, and just mapped out the whole game way ahead of everybody else, and has just crazy win rate on it. And but yeah, like I think he's got something like you know, 80 hours or something on 35 at this point, but basically, you know, he's very serious about Classic Mario in terms of like replaying the games every year and knowing where all the secret placements are, etc. And of course, knowing where all the one-ups are and all the stars, etc. really does pay off. He's not streaming it, that's the thing, but I have seen him on stream because other streamers who make a serious run at finishing in first place sometimes run up against him. So I've actually seen him play on, like I saw him on Dragon Feeney's stream, for instance, because like they were the final two in this match that was like a 15-minute endgame. 15-minute match, rather. But they had a duel for the ages. And okay. I still don't understand what the mechanic is for the activation there. I feel like maybe it does require multiple taps of the on-off, and I'm just not sure. I've been running up against that wall a few times, and I just don't see systematically what the activation mechanism is yet. I assumed that it was similar to this, where Bowser Fire is going to trigger something on the right side, but that has not been happening, and I don't know what the trigger actually is. I feel like it's going to take a couple of attempts to figure out. It's not totally clear to me yet. Clearly there's something going on here that will activate a P-switch and create a safety platform, and so maybe I am supposed to ride it out and hit the on-off a few times until a P-switch appears, or until a P-switch is activated off-screen. And yeah, Becca, I definitely get that sense as well, that, you know, the impermanence definitely kind of disincentivizes getting really, really attached to it. I think it's at least worthwhile to, you know, try to clear and unlock the entire suite of levels, and just to get all 32 levels available. Just to see the metagame in its fullest form while it still exists. But it's kind of too bad that, as far as we know, it's intended to be this very temporary event. Okay, that's not the right idea at all. No, here's the right idea. The track goes back and forth. I just need to hit the on-off switch and survive on a track. It's purely survival timer. I've been misreading that for the last dozen attempts. It's actually really obviously just a survival timer, and I don't know why I had a massive blind spot for just opening up the columns as I'm going in a certain direction. I think sometimes I zone out a bit with these levels and just play on autopilot, and really obvious interactions become, you know, suddenly a bit of an issue. Now, obviously, my horizontal position relative to Bowser is also going to be the horizontal position relative to the blaster firing the poison mushrooms. That's just something I'll have to deal with. Okay. And okay. Okay, yeah, so I understand this now. Just need to continue to trap the poison as much as I can. And keep in mind that in either direction that the one-way panels are facing out. Okay. I understand it, I just need to execute it properly. And then we'll see how it goes from there. Yeah. Really amazing how much of this could have been avoided if Bowser wore a mask. Okay. That's going to get trapped. Great. Yeah, interesting to see the timing of how the poison mushrooms come back and get back on the platform as you switch sides. So, 3 by 3, pointing to 1. I don't know what that means yet, but it feels like a vital clue for something later. Cure virus. Mr. Greggy Spike, what do I think of the new Ninja? I liked it. I finished in the, what is I think currently the top 2%. I was down to 35 seconds or so. I know that swimming mechanics aren't everybody's cup of tea when it comes to what is it? Not everybody's cup of tea when it comes to, you know, being able to speedrun things, but I like ninja levels that reward good routing, I guess. So yeah, we have the 3 key coins here. Looks like we have... Anyway, we've entered the Bowser. Now that we've entered the Bowser, we can think about this as an exit door, okay. But yeah, I generally like the ninja levels that I don't have to think about too much in terms of optimization, where I can think of them mostly in terms of finding a path that works for me, and doing so in a way that... Ooh, I'm missing one. Okay, I have to reset. And doing so is often enough to get me into something like top 2% and, you know, gold medal times and such. And it's always very rewarding when I can do that. Because the sort of secret to the ninja levels is that, yeah, you do need to grind if you're really pushing speed records. But it is totally possible to get a good time on them blind by just approaching them like a puzzle. Like, they're surprisingly accessible to players who are not really temperamentally speedrun players. We obviously have to chain this row here, by the way. And no, I need to not chain it into the mole. I do need to take out the top one first. You wonder if Bowser will wear a mask in his next debate with Toadsworth. Yeah, that's an open question. Let's see. I feel like I need to change some of these throws for sure. And let's just wait until this bobs up, perhaps. And no, that's not going to do it. Maybe I need to chain the throw from the top right to the bottom right, so we'll try it that way. Yeah, and so when I was outside Bowser, I checked the pink coin that was hidden away in the bottom left earlier. I think that must have almost certainly just been a safety coin. So let's try to chain this and just try to get a decent falling arc on the mole. It should... Maybe I'm supposed to chain these two. I know that throws are chainable because there was a lector level that used that. But there's something I'm definitely kind of missing here in terms of understanding what to do. It is clearly something that is based on entity limit here, in that you have to eliminate a certain number of moles and spinies in order to spawn something that destroys the bomb. I think that's fairly clear. And, well, I mean, it's going to be fire, because that will spawn without risk of collision. Yeah, I wonder if there's a better way to drop this, like maybe a soft drop. But can I do that underwater? Not really, it's just going to collide directly. Okay. And, you know, maybe if I get it to collide this way, no, it'll kill it. Need to think about this. We have 4 that I need to destroy and only 3 throwable objects to work with. So something needs to be chained here, and I don't quite see what it's going to be. Maybe it's this again, it's just without killing the lower mole like we had accidentally done earlier. You see, that was almost in position. I think if I were throwing that a bit higher, that might even do the trick. The bomb is a gate. Oh, you mean I can just throw through the wall towards the bomb? No. No, no. No, the bomb is an entity limit gate. I think it's very clearly an entity limit gate in that I am supposed to get rid of the moles and the spinies in order to be under limit such that the bomb can actually light up and give me the exit. The bomb is not for me to interact with. I think I understand this correctly anyway. The other thing I could do is throw on this side, perhaps. Well, no, not like that. Need to. Let's actually test this throw here, see if I can... No. If you bump directly like that, it just falls. But if I had a throw that was just under the top right as it was coming down, I think maybe that would be it. Can you do a regrab? I'm not totally certain that you can. You can definitely do a chain throw, but... Nope. No, I don't think so, because it's sort of in its death state already at that point. I might just need a much better throwing arc on this guy. Except it kind of bounces, so maybe I do need to bounce them on top or something. Something very specific about the throwing mechanic here that I don't quite understand. I feel like I can chain 2 that way, perhaps. I am going to run out of time, but that's okay. We are past checkpoint. Yeah, I was chaining some of these previously, in fact, but I was accidentally killing moles before I was using them, and that was the issue I was running into, so... Okay, let's just get rid of that, and try to drop a mole on top of Sky. Not quite. Wonder what the one-way panels are enforcing, actually. The one-way panels seem to imply to me that maybe a regrab is possible after I knock out the one on top, but I'm not quite clear. Might be a bit of an extreme edge case mechanic here that I don't know about. Yeah, one-way panel is doing something, and I just don't know what. Maybe if I had a drop that happened, like... Oh, you know what? It's quite possible. Let me just grab another SMB2 mushroom quickly, but... Yeah, if you just kind of have a drop that's against the one-way panel, maybe... That's the trick, like throw it against a panel and have it slide down. It would have to go over, I think, before the collision. No. No, because once it has the collision, then it registers that as depth. So. But yeah, look at that slide down like that. That's the kind of interaction I want to go for. But I can't seem to get it over that position. So, I mean, clearly there needs to be some kind of chain where one mole is going to take out two. Just don't know where that's going to be yet. And I am attempting to get in position for a regrab, but that's not really happening so far. Tricky. Tricky, tricky. I feel like the lower position of this guy seems to imply that some kind of chain this way is possible, like with the bottom two. But maybe it is timing dependent, and I just don't know yet. Like this. And try to have it fall over. It's just a couple tiles short. Don't really feel like that's the approach, but maybe if I do manage to do some kind of soft drop. Or, no, I know what it is. You kill this guy first, you loop around to this side. And then you fire on this side. That should do it. That should do it. I don't know why that took me so long to figure out. I think that's actually very clearly the intended route. No, the mole is already in its deft state after a hit, but I think I get it. I have to take advantage of the arc going from this position. And it should chain. Look at that. You see? There is a level by a lector that actually throws... that actually shows off the mole chaining mechanic. I think it was called like Foot Race with Rocky the Rapid. And... aha! Okay, so this is part 2 of this challenge. And again... what I want to do here is you have 4 objects. You have 6 of these. That's okay. We chain it this way. The reason I'm doing this side first is so we don't accidentally kill anything that I actually need on the other side, I think. Yeah, that's going to take that out. Oh, but then I'm stuck here. Oh, okay, no, I need to do left side first. Okay. I get it. I think we made enough of a breakthrough with how the chaining puzzles are structured, though, that I understand roughly what to do. I mean, I can also just take this out on this. Oh no, because dry bones only hit once. Moles can chain, but dry bones only hit once. That's important to know, actually, because the dry bones will get me through the left side. You want to save the moles for chain throws, and you want to keep the dry bones for single throws. So each of the dry bones is going to be used to crack open these gates here. Then you use the moles to chain throw the pairs. And yeah, see you around, Bex. Hope to catch your stream even if I am not going to be live myself as much. I'll be finding some time for small streams here and there, but it will be a bit of an open question as to when I can do something a little more substantial again, so. But glad to have you hang out as always, and hope you have a good night. Okay, so we're down here now. We know how this stuff works. And we know also that there's going to be a coin. Also that we have a helmet that will allow me to bump the Spinies, but I think the helmet is something that we actually want to pick up as SMB2 Mario and throw. So we'll have to think about what the chain is going to be here. And moreover, how the hard blocks that are to the left of that right side Spiny are going to be broken. But anyway, let's do what I can here first. Let's just pop that guy. And I feel like we can get a lot of bouncing back and forth here to just take care. Oh no, that's a semi-solid, okay. Never mind. However, this can grab the coin, for sure. And that will, whoops. Oh, I see, no, I needed to probably do a different kind of drop on that. That's okay. We have a pretty long reset from the most recent checkpoint, but... Oh, that's not what I expected. Ah, okay, that's just the reset mechanism bringing me back to this room, probably just from a lack of remaining doors. Now, why would I want to do any kind of mole chain? Can I just pop this guy? And that allows me to come around up top. And the shell should get preserved in the bottom corner. Oh, except to kill the mole. That's unfortunate. I feel like the mole is the secret to getting the one that is behind the hard blocks, and that the mole should actually chain through the wall, I think. And if it chains through the wall, then that's going to unlock that. But we're going to run out of time on this attempt, so not really going to see that right away until we reset our way back through. Luckily, we know all of the solutions leading up to this room, and they are fairly easy to execute once you know what to do. We are past the point of having to stare at this for quite a while. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to, of course. Get the shell out of the way first, probably. In fact, it's very clear to me what the order should be at this point. It should be shell and then mole and then... No, sorry, bone shell and then mole and then fuzzy shell. That's the trick to that area. So let's just go back here. And this is finally clear. Yeah, just a matter of understanding what the spacing needs to be in order for the chaining mechanic to take place. That's going to be Muncher coming through. We got a bit sniped by that, but that's okay because we know that there will be an SMB2 refresh off that mechanism. Okay. Whoops, no, that's a mistake. Not what I wanted. Let's redo this quickly. And down we go. Okay, open this. No, we wanted the left side first. Now I remember. Left side first so we can grab the other bone shell. Very simple to read once you understand the general concept of how they interact differently as objects that are thrown towards other objects. Except we have to not miss. Going to burn a lot of time just from missing that stuff. I can definitely see why the record on this is upwards of 6 minutes, because it's a multi-segment level. And each of these segments do take a bit of work that cannot really be optimized around very much. In that, you know, you're underwater, you're not going to be doing anything particularly quickly. Anyway, mole is going to eliminate those two, the other mole will eliminate these two. And then we'll... Oh, okay. Let's stop losing to you. Minor execution errors. Alright, back down. Okay. Once again. Very clear what to do. We just need to think ahead to solving the puzzle that comes after, and I think I did have it. Did start to have it mapped out, but we'll be tested on that in just a moment. Okay. Entity block is going to open right up. Okay, so the idea here is Bone Shell is going to get the first kill. Mole is going to get the second kill. No, it's not. Alright, no, it's not. However, I wonder if something can be done using Mole's ability to walk in my facing direction. Like if we can throw it in a location and have it walk over to another location that we need. What I don't get at the moment is how we are going to deal with the hard blocks here. It feels like the mole does have to be chained maybe into the first throw in order to bounce over to the second one. In which case, we want Bone Shell over here, knock this guy out, and then chain the mole as a throw that catches both of the spinies on the top right. So let's just get back there and see if we can make it work. Okay. What do we got? We've got Bone Shell. Open this gate. And then we'll do a mole chain using the one-way panels. Actually, I'm not sure this will work, because if it's on the top layer, it's going to fall on top of the semi-solid. If it's on the bottom layer, it's going to crash against the one-way panel. So I feel like that's not going to work at all. Just not going to happen. However, if I take advantage of the way that the mole walks around, maybe that would give me some kind of valuable insight. Maybe if I stand on top of this, and then... Yeah, no, that's just going to crash against the one-way panel, but if there's a way I can chain, you know, from... I know how to do it. I know how to do it. You use the Buzzy Shell to... I know how to do it. You use the Buzzy Shell to bump the spiny. When you bump the spiny, then you create a capacity for the mole to create a chain. That's how to do it. But then you do still need the shell to take care of that guy on the bottom left. So at some point I need to hold the shell before I wear it. There is going to be a specific sequence that I need to follow here. Okay. So, let's grab Bone shell over here. Regular shell is going to do two things for us, actually. It's going to be in this location. Whoops. Was expecting it to fall down, actually. I wasn't expecting it to deflect against a wall with that pattern, but I should have known that given the one tile gap there. Okay, that was wrong. Yeah, because the way I'm thinking about this is that I need the bone shell, or rather, I need the buzzy shell on my head in order to get the mold chain set up for the top right. But I don't want to wear the shell right away, I don't think, because then I don't have the opportunity to use it to kill anything else, and that is a bit of a problem, so maybe I just need to get the mole out of the way, just put it safely out of mind. Yeah, just get this guy out of the way so it's not interfering. Now I can safely... nope, not if I play it like that. I was about to say now I can safely throw the shell against the bottom left before putting it on my head without worrying about it taking out the mole in the meantime, so... Let's see if I can make that work. Okay, so... Dry bones first, as before. 45 seconds. We have to be quick about this. And this is clearly the last room because of the presence of the coin. Also, I haven't thought about grabbing the coin. I think I do, in fact, need a shell throw to do that. Okay, we'll hopefully be able to redo the other segments quickly without too much fuss. Oh, I see what was throwing me off. It's actually that semi-solid. And, yeah, the idea is that we put these together and we chain them. But before I do that, I need to use the shell to collect the pink coin. And we also need to bump the spiny above the semi-solid in order to get the chaining position to line up properly, so... And there's going to be more, because there are 3 pink coins, one of them being the safety, so it is going to be 2 separate segments, like what we are seeing here, with the series of rooms that allow us to gradually pick apart the viral infection inside Bowser's body. It seems like we've been in here for quite a long time. But, you know, have to make sure he's receiving the best of medical care. Up we go. Oh, whoops, no. Why was I going for the reset door? No reason. Luckily, the bomb blows up the reset door, so we don't do something quite so embarrassing. Actually, nice little quality check there over that slope and hard block under the reset location, just to make sure that you don't blunder your way into something like that, the way I was just about to do. Although when the bomb blows up these blocks, they do stay destroyed, so it would not have been an issue to loop back in anyway. We would still have access to the exit. At least I think so. Okay, drop this. Fairly lenient about accuracy, which is nice. Okay, that blows up. And what's next? Okay, this room here. Okay, that's going to be step 1. Step 2 is going to be grab the pink coin, because then we can safely reclaim the shell from that location, assuming that I throw it decently to begin with, which I don't know if that will go, actually. That will go the way I want, in terms of getting the right kind of bounce to collect a coin. And that may be the wrong idea. I'm not exactly sure how the coin collection is going to happen, in fact. It may be something that's... once you have the entities unblocked, maybe it is something that's kind of collected remotely. No, we can't do that. Oh, although we can wear the shell and reset into the room. That's one thing I hadn't considered. Obviously, this will not be useful, but let's just test to see the chaining logic is correct. Okay, it is. If we wear the shell, though, the shell is not going to respawn, which is why, when you go through the reset room, it peels off the shell. It peels off the shell specifically, so the shell is restored to its former position, making the puzzle actually completable. So the question is, how do I grab pink coin? Because shell deflection is not going to work with the... whoops, no, hang on. It might be something using the dry bones, perhaps. Hang on, let me just reset this. I was not supposed to wear this yet. It might also be something dependent on the entity block, such that once the spinies are all removed, maybe the path to the pink coin will somehow reveal itself. I think maybe it is, 'cause it's going to be some kind of remote collection, but difficult to tell from the way I'm seeing the mechanism currently. Notice that it is a blaster that is facing the bomb, implying that it's probably going to be lit on fire. When it's lit on fire, though, it's going to open the pipe, but then the question still remains, how do I do the pink coin collection? Let's get the mole, once again, safely out of the way. Quite possibly I just throw the mole into that location, in fact. In that it's not going to do the shell deflection. Maybe the mole is in fact the answer. Yeah, it is. And I was looking at dumping the mole there to get it out of the way to begin with, so that was actually always the right approach. Okay, now we'll grab this gently. I feel like the shell was supposed to be trapped in the bottom left for safety, but that we didn't do it. Okay, and we finally chained these, and then at long last, after 2 resets, I think, we are going to get rid of everything here. That should ignite the bomb. And I am wearing a helmet. That's okay. Going to be a muncher rather than fire for that instant knockout. Also notice how the muncher blocks the reset pipe. Very clever how some of these setups are put together. Oh. Something is firing at me. Oh, it's probably just a big viral cluster that is, you know, being particularly threatening. Oh, no. Okay, no, that was a surprisingly safe location. Surprisingly safe. I feel like that was a little bit lucky on my part here. Yeah, this is going to be a post-checkpoint challenge, of course, so not going to worry too much about it, although, yeah, we have more to come. Whoa, okay. Alright, things are fine so far, just need to POW and just hit the POWs until the muncher's all on stack, and then eventually we'll get a key coin to get out of there. Now, I am now bereft of any power-up, so we'll just need to, whoop. was looking over at my stream back end for a moment just to see that everything was properly working, and that was counterproductive. Okay. Let's get down here. This time we won't get tucked in that surprisingly safe corner, but I feel like some things here can definitely be cleaned up on my end. And so we'll just follow this all the way over. Try to avoid accidental bounces on the cannonballs that are making this terrifying viral infection manifest. Just really interesting to look at visually, actually. Just a very striking level. It reminds me of that other one by Four Wings that just had the map of Italy, where it would be. It was the Mecha Bowzilla tribute level, which just had Mecha Bowzilla stomping all over the homeland of its creator. So, okay. It's going to be a series of POWs. Pretty straightforward until you unstack everything and ultimately hit the one that is dead center. Okay, nope, just going to miss. And just going to choke. That's fine, that's fine. We'll have it. In just a moment. That should give me a key. Yes, correct. And okay, so that's how the segment continues, and now we get pooped out of Bowser's tail, or his nether regions. And this is telling me something. It's similar to... It's the opposite of what the blue blocks were telling me before I entered the Bowser segment at all. I'm actually not clear on what it signifies, although we see that a Super Ball is available, and that a Super Ball is available only to those of us who have kept the mushroom through all this. I'm cured, he says. And it looks like... Yeah, the idea is that if you have the Super Ball, you can take him out, and then probably grab a key, and then use the key to get a bonus room. Notice that is not a key door that matches the top of the flag. But I think we lost our opportunity to finish with a mushroom, as far as I know, so... Or finish with a mushroom that would give us access to the Super Ball, so no true ending for us, at least not this time. Took me a while to get through, but that's only because some of the solutions took me a while to piece together. But maybe at some point we'll return to this to see the true ending. So, that was Dr. Mario versus Koopa Zombie Virus by Four Wings. We'll just check that off the list. Going to look at something new by... where is the thing I'm looking for? Okay, this is a new level by Julian. And it's Shooting Shell Shower. We'll just take a quick look at it and see how we're going to do with a 1.4% level where you jump across this peaceful, shining night sky filled with shooting shells. Oh, I see the name of the person with the world record is just a sequence in the alphabet, OPQRS. Kind of interesting to see Julian do more platforming intensive levels lately. There was one that came out the week before that was also of a similar difficulty, I think. And this is just going to be using the combination of the Night Airship and SMB2 to get a nice safe ride along a lot of these objects. That was a mistake. I think that's just a hitbox issue where I was supposed to really stomp on the head of the Koopa and only the head. But, nope, that was kind of a bad kick. Okay, here we are. And here we go. Yeah, just needed to. No, I needed to get on top of that Koopa shell right away so I could float and jump over to the other side. That was also fairly clear. And we'll just ride this one out. Yeah, I guess there's a particular location that I am supposed to hit there to land accurately. I am able to continue from there for a time, maybe, but I feel like losing the SMB2 mushroom is not going to do wonders for long, so... I wonder if I'm just supposed to go directly over. I think I am. I can just skip the Koopa. The Koopa, we know what it's there for. It's there to be a shell that we ride afterwards. Earlier, when we didn't have a safe landing on top of it, that was really just purely a fluke. So, I do think I, in fact, understand the signaling there. And we'll just pop this. Drop here. Okay. I feel like I probably wanted the SMB2 crouch jump. Or maybe I just needed to go faster. I was taking that whole corner a little bit slowly. Okay. Yeah, no, just need to dash. And follow the coin trails, which are actually pretty clearly marked. I just needed to jump over. And yeah, kind of interesting to see the trajectory of that red shell and how that one spring in the middle of nowhere was acting as a platform more than anything. Okay, here we are. Get a bit of speed. And that's... Nope, just a bad curve in that jump. Okay. Yeah, pretty interesting setups all around, as is pretty typical of Julian to just turn out some really polished stuff. Yeah, usually he goes very gentle with difficulty, but it's kind of been fun to see his designs stretch out lately, because, you know, with setups like these, there's only so much you can do to keep it super, super simple. The player will have to know how to jump. Okay, down we go. And over. Now why am I riding this guy? Oh, because that hits the spring on a side. I just need to ride it calmly and duck. And just stay on that shell, stay cool. And everything will be fine. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. And down. And down. I say down, of course, so I'm jumping up. Because I guess I'm thinking of myself as going down the whole time. Yeah, really interesting platforming design here. You get plenty of warning about what the next destination always is going to be. It is going to be a moving target, but you get lots and lots of warning. And just having big shells everywhere just also makes it easier to land everywhere without thinking too much about accuracy. And I think a lot of the obstacles were pretty immediately understandable, so not too worried about that. And there we go. And here's some more. Whoops, just a bit of a slip. And drop that. There we go. Nope. Okay. Here we are. I mean, we've seen all of this segment at this point. It's just a matter of executing cleanly. It's really nice to see how tidily the destinations are notated with coins. I feel like the signaling here has been very, very clear just from not being overdone. Looks like I do need to pick up a little bit of speed into that diagonal jump. I was already in crouch mode at that point, and that was not the best idea. Okay. Here we are. And we move on. Yeah, just need a little bit of momentum, and I need to not try to correct myself there. When I was jumping on the middle shell, the second shell in that ascending sequence, I was thinking I'd have to pull back a little bit to stabilize my position before the next jump. That was very clearly the wrong approach. I was supposed to maintain speed and just head over to the third shell that was coming in right at that moment. Easy to understand once I've seen it, but we'll just take a look at that. Oh, whoops. Bit of an emergency adjustment there that I'm surprised actually worked out in my favor, and then we ride this into the pipe. Very clear. And there's a checkpoint, and now we have some elements that are a little more active, just instinctively averting the spiny shell, and that was really not the way to do this. And then we come down and we look at this, just reusing the shells and sending them back and forth to kind of dance between the two as they have that alternating, oscillating pattern. Really a nice segment, just very pleasant to look at this thing. Oh, I was supposed to... I'm looking at the markers here, and I suppose maybe there are locations where I'm supposed to do some kind of throw or drop, but I'm not quite clear on that. Maybe it's just telling me which direction I'm supposed to go in, but... because I was not necessarily seeing... Yeah, I think it's actually a pickup. It's a shell pickup to land on top of the Buzzy down below, and there's going to be a throw later on, if I'm reading this correctly. I may be completely wrong. Whoops. Alright, let's pop this. Grab and then carry. Wait. No, that's not right. I think I was misreading what was a jumpable location there. We'll just have to go back and fix it. And, oh yeah, no, that's a pickup. And then, yes, no, we have to go over the saw blade in that later segment. That is a semi-solid, not a ground tile. That the circular saw blade is suspended from, so... I think I understand this a bit better now, but we'll have to go back just to test that my reading of it is in fact correct. Whoops. Once again, having some issues with the alternation. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I was supposed to come over, land on the right side faster, and then throw to the left. And then it would cut through the bricks, hit the jump block, and then propel me upwards from there. I understand what's supposed to happen. I think I'm just a little bit slow in getting over to the correct location. Just need to get over here as fast as possible, throw to the left. We understand it now. And I was just a little bit late on that, because I am supposed to get on the platform, followed by plucking the cloud. Oh, whoops. Okay. Up we go. I am a little bit slow again, I think, but that's fine. And that was pretty understandable. Okay. Okay, doing well so far. Whoops, just slipped there as I was reading ahead to see where the next coin marker was going to be. But I think this whole sequence is pretty easy to grasp now. Now that I'm pretty certain about the notation in that sometimes the markers pointing downwards are just referring to shell pickups. Always surprised by the speed of that launch. I don't know what it is about that launch that catches me off guard, but just how fast it is making the ascent, but we'll just have to work around that and fix it. Okay, up we go. There we go. Yeah, I think it's because I'm so accustomed to everything just floating. Having been initially projected by a freefall, that when something is projected by a deflection against a wall followed by a bounce up a jump block, the fact that it's, you know, following standard physics rather than water physics is catching me a little off guard. I guess I've just attuned myself to low gravity at this point. From acclimatizing to the pace of so many of the existing setups in this level, but we'll just push through and see what I can do. Okay. It's gonna be cloud pluck. Drop. Drop throw. And then we'll get juggled over. And then that's going to launch. Oh, didn't expect that. I was not reading the jump block carefully, and I thought that I was just going to land safely on a lower position. But yeah, pretty successful progression through the entire segment leading up to that, so always nice to make that much headway my first time seeing a particular stretch of the level. And we'll just take that out. Oh, need to remember to do the pickup here, followed by the throw. Yeah, definitely a lot more item handling here than I normally see from a Julian level, but then, as I was saying, it's kind of nice to see him stretch out with some of these. Really a maker who's comfortable with a broad range of audiences. Okay, we'll drop down here. That's going to be, once again, pretty clear. And yeah, this is not bad. Just need to anticipate all the bounces properly, and then this definitely looks like it's a bit of a climax, this sequence. Okay, I see. It's just going to be infinite anyway until I get into a high enough vertical position to do this. There we go. Yeah, that was just a camera-based thing where I just needed the upper pipe with the big red shell to spawn. Now, is this going to give me something to work with? Ah, small shells. Nice little bonus segment here. Actually still doable without SMB2. Very satisfying finish. I say that, of course, having failed this repeatedly, and having taken the pipe to its natural limit, and also just lost the SMB2 music along the way. Ha ha ha, we're going to have to redo this. That's fine. That bonus segment is kind of cool enough as a tag on the end of this concept that I do not mind replaying the level just to take another proper step at it. A proper stab, rather. Just going to get back over there. It should be fairly easy to recreate all of our progress up to that point. The execution barrier here is not intense. A lot of it does come from deaths to accidents like that one, and also just getting the initial read. But yeah, dying on the goal pole segment, that's something we're pretty familiar with by now when it comes to being a bit too audacious with clearing bonus optional content. Okay, here we are. And this is fairly gentle. This can throw me off positionally if I'm not careful, but I think we do understand it at this point. This foreshadows what the flag segment is going to look like. Love this pipe spawning tech. And yeah, we just need to climb up until we... Oh, I see. I think it's actually timer-based. Kind of unfortunate that we clipped the shell when we had already seen it coming and had probably enough warning to react to that. I was thinking about what the shell spawning mechanism was, but you know, whether it's camera position based or timer based, and I was thinking originally that it was based in camera position, but then I was trying to look at it carefully just to pick apart what was going on, and in the midst of doing that just lost track of actually playing the level. I think I do need to think about the tech a little further once I have actually cleared this thing, and when I get a chance to look at the video replay afterwards, which is a big part of why I record so much to begin with. Okay, drop down. And okay. And jump up, jump up. And yeah, it's not coming out of a pipe. I think it is probably timer-based from what I could see. Oh, no. Slight inaccuracy. Okay. Back here we go. Well, it seems like we spawned that shell earlier than usual. I think something with my positioning was maybe triggering something off camera earlier than expected. That I don't know if that was actually an inconsistency or if my memory of that part of the level is just off, but definitely seemed like we spawned it much earlier than usual. I think there must be some stuff in this level that is positional when it comes to when things are being triggered in terms of, you know, vertical proximity to where we are. But we'll just... Oh, yeah, it seemed like I had much less time to work with this red shell on a previous attempt. Don't know where that inconsistency was coming from, but, you know, not a big deal. This is easy enough to play around. And this is fairly gentle over here, so we'll get the jump. Ride this down, ride the deflection. Do this sequence up to the buzzies, and then up to the red shell after the buzzy dispenser has done its job. Yeah, the more I look at some of these segments, the more I appreciate just how much the goal flag segment is playing off of them in terms of reapplying the same tech for a little bonus challenge that predictably killed us. Okay, so let's watch the machinery dispense one shell after another. Kind of nice to see how it exposes the machinery as well. We're going to die again, aren't we? Not on my watch. Yes, on my watch. Okay, let's get rid of everything here. I'm very insistent on getting this flagpole. We'll do so at substantial personal risk. Nope. Oh, that was dangerous. Okay, let's kick some of this stuff out of the way. There we go. Gradually work my way up. And we'll even get 3 1-ups there. And a lot more from the shells that were remaining on the ground, so. Yeah, very inventive creation there from Julian, as always. Now, I'm probably not going to go for too much longer. We'll finish up with some additional levels. Not very many. There is a new Grikowski puzzle that I want to take a look at. This just came up. And came up yesterday, actually. It hasn't been around for too long. You just have 1 clear on 2 attempts, so maybe this is indeed as short and sweet as advertised. So this is the way to victory. Beast of burden, you carry the way to victory upon your blazing back. Yeah, it looks very much like one screen, in fact. Or something. Yep, the axe is on that screen. It is going to be a one-screen puzzle. Always happy to look at some more of these. I really have come to appreciate just the sheer mechanical diversity of the one-screen puzzle as a form. Looks like this will be based on some understanding of Yoshi swallow mechanics, which has been a problem with me previously when playing one of the Krakowski puzzles, but I'm sure that it is going to be a drop through to P-door. Drop through P-door that you can clearly see is signaled as connected by the track is going to hopefully get me into position to grab the spring. The other thing that can be done is I can grab fire. Grabbing fire will allow me to ignite the bomb. If I ignite the bomb by, for example, falling through the P-door, then that will actually blow up the yellow block and lower the spring into the desired position. So why don't we also think about weight? How would I go about getting through the seesaw segment? That's kind of important. The P switch would stop the conveyor belt, and that may be something critical in its own right. I think we need to see what the initial spawn position of the stumps was. Okay, that's just going to be on top of the seesaw. So the question is, do we have a good way to weigh down the seesaw such that I can get across? I think it is if I swallow a bomb using Yoshi and retain the bomb. Assuming that it can swallow the bomb, of course. Swallow the P as Yoshi and retain the P. I want to ultimately balance the seesaw, except I think a single P is actually enough to do that trick. No, we need to let the seesaws catch the stumps first. And the stumps have already fallen off, so I wanted the stumps to land on top of the seesaw as before, and I wanted to balance them without outweighing them, so that's not going to be enough. That will be fine. Mario just needed to dismount first. That will allow me to grab a POW. A POW reset allows the P to respawn in this location. And that's going to be important. A POW also allows Yoshi to carry a POW as a weight, which would then give me access to a P. You can also do a POW plus P Yoshi stack. Take Yoshi down here, probably swallow the P off the top of the stack. So I think what we will want to do is come back here. And we'll try... yeah, POW plus P as the next stack. And yeah, just trying to get in here without displacing the stumps just yet. We'll hold that thought for a moment. Dump the POW into position, dump the P on top of the POW. Take Yoshi across, although I have a one tile gap to work with, so maybe that's not going to be what we want. Yeah, because I have only one tile to work with, I can't actually get Yoshi over. However, what I can do... actually, the P will potentially drop the trampoline on top of the bomb depending on whether that yellow block transforms into a coin. Which it should. I can't imagine it containing a vine or something, because you would want destroying the block to be something persistent. activating the P does allow me to get through. Yeah, the obstacle right now is how do I get Yoshi to the left side of the level so I can do something like swallow fire. I feel like the way to do that would actually be with the activation of the on-off switch, say from an object throw. And then you get Yoshi on the belt. Or you... No, okay. If the P were lower down on the stack, the P would act as a ceiling. Because... Yeah, let's redo this. I think I understand it. Yeah, P needs to be on the bottom of the stack. But then the question is, how do I activate the P? And that's fine, because if I have Yoshi on the other side, I can swallow the POW, the P goes up on a seesaw, then I swallow the P. So I'm not worried about that. So let's just redo. So the way we're going to do it is get on top. Oh, you can also see that pushing Yoshi onto the belt is something that will work once the belt has been toggled to a different on-off state. Whoops, that was not what I intended. But now does POW activate on-off? I think you have to probably throw something like a spring against it. I don't think POW will work because it'll just hit the ceiling. Yeah. Let me just get into the P door and just drop back over. Always like how you can do these gentle resets without any kind of need to restart. You can see where that 50% clear rate is coming from. But yeah, I think I understand it. It's going to be P at the bottom of the stack, followed by POW. But then I would need to activate on-off anyway. Whoops. Let's try to give Yoshi a push. No, actually, because I want P and POW. No, I can't spit the POW, I have to soft drop it. We're running low on time, let's start over. Okay. We know the initial gating mechanism is going to be through this. Well, sorry, not through that. Let's reset that. We need to keep that in Yoshi's mouth. Go like that. Get the POW back over here. Spit out the P. On top of the seesaw, preferably. Nope. Okay, just a massive execution error all around. Let's just reset with the POW. So the POW and the other two items are all on this side. Grab the P. Toss the P. Soft drop the POW on top of the P, which... yeah, it should work. And a P should actually work as a ceiling, except... here's the issue. I cannot get Yoshi across the conveyor without first activating the on-off. The way to activate the on-off would probably be an up throw of the P towards it, so we can do that. We know exactly how to do that. Whoop, let's not hit the P. Let's move it into a safe position. Get it out of the way. Drop Yoshi here. Take the P. Move it over. Up throw. And that is going to lock it into the off position given the state block that is directly underneath the switch. Next, we are then able to push Yoshi to the other side. Do we need the POW? Yes, because... No, you know what? We reset because we can get the P again. And then now we do the P and POW stack. The P and POW stack will allow me to push Yoshi across, assuming that I don't totally blow the weight balancing problem. Okay, there we are. Oh, I got crushed. Okay. I need to let the seesaw stabilize first. I was not expecting the crush from the stump there. That's okay. Pretty simple from this point, in fact. Let's just come up here. Rob Yoshi. Once again, I need to let the thing stabilize. That was not an issue I ran into previously, but just being a bit impatient with that, perhaps. Okay, we'll let it stabilize. Make sure it's in a fixed position first, so it's not swaying down towards my head. Then we swap out POW and P. So, spit out the P, swallow the POW, and then let the platform stabilize, toggle the switch. Now Yoshi is still holding POW. We don't actually want that. Yoshi can't soft drop the POW in any way unless it's against a sideways spring, I believe. So what we can do from here is we'll reset the P, and then we'll do the P and POW stack that we were talking about earlier, which will then allow me to push Yoshi across to the other side, except, yes, I'm still able to run across the conveyor belt, because the conveyor belt, of course, is now pointing left. But with my one tile height, I can run around it in either direction. So, now, we do this. P goes there. How? Oh no, I should not have swallowed it. Okay, not. Nope, I need to soft drop the POW manually. Okay, there we go. Let the thing settle. Bring the POW back over. Drop the P and then manually drop the POW without the use of Yoshi to do my job. There we go, let the thing settle, and then we push Yoshi. We don't even need to push Yoshi, we can actually just do the jump like this. Next thing we do, we swallow the POW, raises the P on the seesaw. Whoops, that was not expected. However, we can just reset. We now have Yoshi over on this side. That allows me to hit the P. Hitting the P allows me to go through the P door. On the way down on the P door, we need to fire at the bomb. Let's grab some fire. And then we ignite. And I missed. Okay. That did not work so well. It's okay, we'll just redo this. I need to not miss. That's a rather important part of this interaction. Wait a minute, but why do I need to fire from that location to begin with? I don't need to. I need to fire at the bomb in advance, and then drop the spring, and then I just swallow the spring on my way down. So it's not going to be a timed fire. So, okay, just being very silly about it. How this is actually going to work. Pick up the POW. No, no, no. That's okay, we'll keep the POW on this side. We'll spit out the P. Grab the POW. Soft drop. Okay, we need to ignite the bomb first. And we certainly need to ignite the bomb before we do anything else, because the POW would just straight up kill it. Interesting that the P-switch also killed the spring, in that when the P-switch is active... Oh, maybe that actually blocks the spring from spawning, unless it has an opportunity to fall through. Let's think about this very carefully, because... Yeah, actually, now that that block is out of the way, we come around here. We let it spawn. No, because the block actually does have a vine inside it. The fact that it has a vine inside it means that we cannot, in fact, apply this method. But, yes we can, because the P switch had actually previously destroyed the spring. Okay, I see. We don't want to get over with the P door, then, do we? Because a reset will actually... Yeah, an active P switch prevents the trampoline from spawning. And that's going to be a bit of a problem, because coming through here with the P-switch active means that you do not, in fact, have the opportunity to grab that. There are two things that we haven't done. We haven't taken advantage of the fact that the P-switch actually controls a P-block that is directly up the seesaw to the right side of the seesaw. And we haven't really played around the fact that the activation of the P-switch does prevent the spring from coming back. Additionally, we hadn't taken into account the fact that the yellow block does contain a vine that restores it with every door reset. And so when you have a door reset, you revert the situation to what it was formerly, and so the P is only mainly useful for resetting our position to what it was previously. So maybe I do need to have a timed firing. Nope, that was wrong. Hang on. Let's just try to grab some fire. And then we'll kind of be in an interesting position here, I think. In that I don't know exactly... Oh, you know what? No, that's fine, because we want to spawn the trampoline first. And then fire. Like that. Nothing difficult to execute about it. Now the question is then, how do I actually grab this thing? Because you need to not drop in through the P door in order to get the spring to spawn. It feels like it is necessary to... Oh yeah, you just crouch. Okay. That's fine then. In that case, we're done. I just totally forgot about the fact that crouching with Yoshi does affect the swallowing position in terms of how high you can maneuver him relative to the ceiling. That was really the only trick at the end there. But otherwise, short and sweet. Just a couple of elements we didn't really pay close attention to. Yeah, the P block over the right side of the seesaw, that's something that I didn't see the purpose of, but it might just be some kind of quality check thing. Some kind of lock that needed to be played around. Hey, given that... Okay, current record is about 57 seconds. I don't think I can actually beat that necessarily. Oh wow, this has actually been taking off in plays in the... well, since I last reloaded this page, I guess, which might have been some time ago. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to try to make a run against 57 seconds. I'm just much too imprecise with my item handling. Okay. So, going to do something that has been a bit of a routine in previous weeks, and catch up on some of what I had been playing from Bufflin, who deserves some special congratulations this week because I think this is, in fact, something he had made public, but Bufflin is newly a father, celebrating the birth of his son, his first child, and so congratulations to Bufflin. And we certainly have a lot to catch up on if he does need to take a break from making for the time being to acclimatize to his new responsibilities, so just going to work our way through the backlog and get through one or two of these. If anybody has the Barb Wait and Barb Toxic emotes handy, I think that would definitely add a bit of illustration to what we are about to deal with. But Koi no Yokan, which, I mean, I honestly don't know what that means, but somebody can perhaps explain it to me at some point. There's a world record of about a minute, as well as a clear rate of 1%, so we'll see. I find that a lot of Bufflin setups sometimes feel simpler to me than their clear rates, just from how crisp they are, and maybe just from not noticing so many of the deaths on my side because the progression usually feels very smooth. So here it's just a matter of catching the spike ball timing. Not going to be a big deal. Okay, and then catching it on this side as well with a comparatively lower bounce. And yeah, that'll just be a matter of understanding what my jump speed is going to be compared to the throwing speed of the spike. I needed a higher bounce off of that, obviously. And you do get a little bit of time to relax and read each segment and time it out before you really have to commit. So, not really as hard as all that. And then you stand in relation to the next spike and totally miss. And it'll just be, once again, getting accustomed to the pattern. You can definitely see where the 1% is coming from, though, in terms of just having to get some of the initial inaccuracies out of the way, and we'll wait for a second cycle just to understand the arc that we're dealing with in a more accurate sense. Okay, that's going to be a bit more time sensitive, and that once we get on top of the spike top, we only have a limited opportunity to get onto the next spike ball before the spike top is no longer available for our purposes. So we'll just need to play around that when the time comes. Okay. A little bit late, as before. Let's just remember to short bounce in that location, which I had been fine with doing previously, but sometimes when I'm thinking ahead to some of the later obstacles, I'm not quite as attentive as I should be to the simple stuff. Okay. Yep, just overcompensating a little bit, thinking that I had to flinch. I would have been in a perfectly fine position without any kind of additional adjustment, like I was trying to make it last minute. So yeah, sometimes it's just going to be a lot of accuracy getting the on-off switches here. Trying to go a little bit too aggressively. I thought I would land on the spike top on that final bounce there, and that was evidently not the case. Okay. Let's just wait for another toss. Yeah, that was not a great timing. That was already bouncing a little bit too low in order to do what I wanted. But we'll see. Quite a lot more to work out with experience. And here's another one. Yeah, a little bit too late there, actually. I just needed to time my bounces on a spiked top just to stay low, I think, just to leave myself the opportunity to get the high bounce when I actually need it, and on very short notice. I don't want to be caught very deep in midair when the spike ball gets launched, because I just won't have time to plan out jump appropriately. So the strategy there should be to stay nice and low on the spike top. And this is just the kind of adjustment you learn to make as you progress. So, okay. Next. Not quite there yet, but we'll get there, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll just have to clean this up. And it'll just be inching forward a little bit of progress at a time, minus, of course, the time that is spent on a couple of local difficulties that are still taking some practice. Yep, a little bit late. So far the limit of our progression is the spike top. Not very far along yet, still have lots of level to go. When we have a 1-minute record on this thing, I mean, it's not going to be too elaborate, but it is going to take a little bit of work. Once again, a little bit late. I do need to not spend so much time trying to fix my position on the spike top before I continue. And we'll just try to keep our head straight, keep our memory in line. Just stay attentive to all the things that are very obviously supposed to be done. Hey, Julian, welcome. Julian, you just missed the playthrough of your new shell level. I had that on probably within the last half hour or so of this stream, so hopefully we can get the VOD link up for you afterwards. It was very nice. I failed on the goal flag, actually, because I was very insistent on wanting to do the goal flag setup with the little Koopa shells, and so I did, in fact, die on that the first time and clear it as Small Mario the second time, just to spoil the ending for you there. But I'm sure you'll be very entertained by the rest of it. I thought the goal flag setup was just a particularly charming element of that level, and it was much too good to pass up. I knew I had to do it. And so I would have regretted not doing it far more than regretting the time spent on trying to recover that position. So it's funny that you see, nice to see that I'm back, because I have been back and doing streaming over the last few weeks, but this is actually my last week of running my current schedule before I really do have to reduce the stream, or at least change the schedule quite a bit. Like, I have some new things going on in real life off stream that make it a little bit more difficult for me to be doing long sessions, and so I'll just have to adapt. I do want to keep doing Mario Maker, but I'll just need to figure out what my new circumstances are going to be, and figure out what kind of time I'll have to actually look at this. So yeah, I guess my times have probably not been the most convenient lately, but I did manage to catch up on both of your recent creations. I played the space one with all the blue pipes last week, I believe. So I have been keeping up with some of your creations lately. It's been kind of fun to see some Julian setups start playing towards the 1% expert crowd. But yeah, they've been fun setups. I really enjoyed the shell dispensers that you had going on in the one I just saw earlier today. But yeah, I'll be around here and there. It's just that some changes will have to happen in the short term. Almost there. I feel like the second short bounce there on the spike top is a good timing to work with. I think that was along the right track of what I needed to do. So yeah, I'm sure that going over the VOD of the space level is going to probably clarify some things that you already intend to revise, but you know, that's why we like to record these things. It's always nice to provide some playtesting information in case you were looking for it. And it was fun to run through. But yeah, the thing that I'm looking ahead to is just that because I might not be able to run sessions that are quite as long anymore, viewer levels are probably going to be very heavily impacted by it in terms of, you know, just being able to stick with long levels the way I usually do. Some of that will be much harder, and so I've been trying to get some of those long levels out of the way in advance. I might have to start planning around doing things like recording on my own time for YouTube, perhaps, when it comes to big projects like the Super Worlds, but we'll see. I'll just have to figure out what works once I have a clearer idea of what my new timetable is going to be. Now, that's our first time through that obstacle. I needed to... I was trying to determine if I wanted to go faster than Thwomp or just land on the left side of the clouds there and just stick it very close to it. Yeah, so Julian, I hope you've been finding some time to get back to streaming yourself. I know that you had also been busy as we reached the end of the summer. Presumably just busy with school and all that, but hope that balance is working out for you as well. And obviously you've found some time to work on some new levels, so... But yeah, it's been nice. I don't know if you've seen the new detector tech that General BB has been working on, because there was a tech demo of it that was uploaded sometime yesterday, I think, and I played through it earlier in the stream. And it is a... I think you had discussed this with him previously, you know, in terms of the freeze frame detector tech. It is incredible to see in action. Like, he put together a bit of a demo level to show it off, and yeah, the delay detector. And I know that has gradually been optimized. The version I saw had a very compact mechanism with the spiny shells and the cannons as the activation point. And so yeah, we got to play around and show off the delay detector earlier on. And yeah, I definitely want to come up with some kind of concept that uses that. It's just, if it's communicated properly, I think it's just an incredible potential gimmick. Even though it would require, I mean, it would be fine with things like power-up switches if you wanted to avoid things like mandatory damage boosts to activate it. That there are a lot of ways to do power-up switching, perhaps, in the context of a puzzle level, for example, that would make really good use of that. And I think it just has tons of potential. It's flexible, it's also very low budget, very compact to just globally load in off-screen. It's just one of those things that's going to just crack open a whole new series of related forms of level tech, I think, that we haven't seen yet. And he's been adapting a lot of different versions of it, actually. I've seen a couple of different optimizations that he's been posting just to, you know, make sure the tech is able to accommodate some of the quirks in the different styles. Planning a contest for the detector. Okay, interesting. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I'll have enough time for games in the near future to get in on that in time, but I'm definitely looking at playing with the detector already anyway, and so whether there's a contest or not, I think I'm just going to prepare something. But I haven't published a level in quite a while. I have not actually made any uploads since 4YMM, and I know that that has been true of a number of the other 4YMM makers as well, that after the project, I think we were all very happy to take a break. But I mean, there's basically a lot of underused contraption tech anyway. I don't feel like contraptions that are more advanced are generally even that well known in Maker 2. Like, there isn't really a very massively popular central hub for it the way there was for a lot of the sieve tech that was shown off in Maker 1, for instance, where, you know, you suddenly had everybody making don't look left and don't look right and so on. But do I have any level ideas specifically? I've already had some draft ideas that were sitting around, but if you're talking about the detector, I think things like puzzles that are, or, you know, puzzle platforming that is dependent on power-up switching could really benefit from that. Whoops. I feel like maybe I just need to rush the door right away. I haven't decided yet if I need to get on the edge of the cloud to the left of the thwomp or just rush the door. But I think getting ahead of the thwomp is probably the intention from what I'm seeing here, just as a point of tension. So yeah, we'll see. I've had some unfinished concepts sitting around for quite a while, just things that needed to be cleaned up because there was a little bit too much jank going on, a little bit of issues with clarity. I've been spending some time trying to work out some of the finer points of things like ROI mechanics, for instance, and I know they're fairly well documented by people who have looked at them in depth, but I've been hoping to make a really good Roy fight. And yeah, good observation about the blocks under the thwomps. I hadn't really paid attention to the clouds, but the big thwomp would obviously cut clean through the clouds, so... So I do need to run up ahead of that. And, whoops. This is a Bufflin level. This is Bufflin from back in August, I think. I'm way behind on his levels because he works so fast. He'll probably slow down now that he has a kid. I kind of hope he slows down now that he has a kid. Because I have been catching up on one or two of his every week. And he's actually outpacing me. And yeah, you can tell him that he needs to work on his aesthetics. I think this is one of his sparser levels. I think, you know, we know his levels. They are very functional, but the cavern look here is definitely much more streamlined than we often see, even from Bufflin. And, okay. Here we go. No, short bounce, obviously. And I just need to have a nice arc that goes in there nice and low so I can beat the thwomp immediately. Yeah, not really that hard a level, to be honest. I just have not really been playing this at 100%. But yeah, you know, even with some people taking breaks and slowing down and so forth, I have been very happy with the quality of levels I see every time I catch up on a bit of Mario Maker. You're asking me what time is it over here? Who cares? I have no sense of time. Part of why I stream in such odd hours is that, like, my sleep patterns are disastrous, and they always have been. They have been, like, throughout my life. Which is why the current schedule is not going to survive some of the changes to my personal schedule that are coming very soon, just from outside commitments. Yeah, but I have been on a very strange sleep cycle for most of my life, and so a lot of things have had to wrap around that in terms of work and school and personal commitments and all that. They've had to accommodate that fact. And of course, there were a few years when I was moving around countries a bit and changing time zones often. And so some of that has changed over time as well. But I mean, this just wound up being a default block for my longer catch-up streams because I could be reasonably assured that I would be uninterrupted, and also that I would not have to worry about spilling over into too many hard commitments the next day. But yeah, my sleep patterns are kind of a disaster. And that's okay, we learn to work with that. It does mean, unfortunately, that often my best hours to stream are way off peak for Twitch in terms of actually reaching an audience. Which is why I have this thing where I have both an NA and an EU audience, I think, that comes in different spikes during the day. Because my times are equally inconvenient for both of them, as I'm sure you've been discovering yourself. So yeah, I really do need short bounces the whole way on that spike, I think. I have to stay low enough that the thwomp speed coming down is never an issue. Okay. Oh, you missed something? No, you didn't really miss anything important. I was just commenting on how I tend to have a schedule that's sort of inconvenient for everybody and way off peak when it comes to when people are actually active on Twitch, so it just has this... It's what's created this situation where I have both the NA and the EU audience. I think my times are actually surprisingly convenient for Australia, and I mostly know that because when I'm raiding, I'm usually raiding Australian streamers. Or streamers from the Philippines, for instance. People with a schedule making them wake up at 7 a.m. Or, oh, you mean like people who just have a very well-programmed biological clock? I don't know if I particularly envy that. I don't know if that kind of structure would be very good for me either, but I can see why it would make things easier. But yeah, there's definitely an entire side of my family that just has massive sleep disorders and has kind of had to live with that and accommodate it for generations, so. Julian, I've actually been on a very self-managed schedule for pretty big chunks of my life. Obviously, you know, I have some upcoming commitments that are going to disturb that quite a bit, but... like, I'm not on a normal work day, and if I were, I'd probably have a hard time streaming around it because I would still have personal commitments to wrap around that, so... yeah, blame it on the genes, that's what I do. And, you know, you learn to adapt to it and work with it and find optimal ways to actually use your time. As long as you're still getting a decent amount of productivity in per day and still able to function, then the main obstacle is just, you know, being able to deal with when shops are open, businesses are open, and in pandemic conditions that has mattered much less. Except for things like food for takeout and delivery. Okay, here we go. I have been kind of playing this level on autopilot in some ways. Definitely having a bit of trouble beating the timing on that thwomp. So yeah, record on this is about a minute, so I don't know how much more there is. I would assume it's probably a checkpoint after the thwomp, and then probably one additional segment from how I'm looking at this. I think the first section here is probably about 30 seconds with no real room for flexibility, so that would make sense. Just 2 sections, very similar setups. Some unusual things have been happening this year. That's a very good way of putting it. But yeah, this was, in many ways, though, something I'll remember as my Mario Maker year, for better or for worse. It's been a long time since I've really concentrated on a main game as much as this one. It's been a very long time since that had last happened to this degree, and I didn't really plan for it. I don't think I had a sense of how quickly the hours would add up in a game when you do in fact stream it on a fairly regular basis week to week. It's the kind of thing you normally just don't think about when you're counting up, okay, how many hours is a video game, right? So Yeah, I feel like people who already have video games as a way to make use of their time probably had it pretty easy in terms of adjusting to pandemic conditions. I feel like we've been very fortunate. The fact that I was already set up to stream and was doing it kind of in a brief and early experimental stage before the pandemic really hit, for instance, the fact that I was already set up and had my capture card and microphone and everything going was a very nice head start in terms of just not having to worry about setup. Now, back then I didn't really have an audience. I was just starting out, but I basically, you know, got into streaming right on time. And yeah, we have been fortunate that this game has just been full of content to keep us busy and has been really exciting. And as you've heard me talk about before, one of the things that really drew my attention to that was just how interesting it was to see where Maker 1 had gone after stepping away for a few years, and just realizing that, yeah, you know, if you're not paying attention, it's very easy to fall off this game and get bored with it or burn out, but if you are kind of plugged into what's going on, the exciting developments are happening all the time. That we have, for instance, the delay detector suddenly making a big splash and demonstrating a lot of potential that will hopefully not be patched out right away. Okay. And even with the existing elements, there's a lot of stuff that's underused. I mean, I made my Goomba hat level, for instance, in the first few days after the patch. And the number of like really well-developed Goomba levels that I've seen from other people since, I can probably count on one hand. I, in fact, remember pretty much exactly all of the levels I've seen that like really used a Goomba hat in terms of thinking about using it for enemy manipulation rather than just as a swamp check. And there's stuff like that that's already in the toolkit that people are not using to its potential. Okay, I cannot get a third bounce there. I really do have to have a controlled jump off the first bounce, I think, and just manage my height. Because the trick to beating the thwomp would be to stay as low as possible, right? And to enter at a low angle before I'm anywhere near the thwomp activation range. I feel like I just need a better understanding of how to do this, but at the same time, the spikes seem to enforce a low bounce for at least the first stretch there. Yeah, I'm also really glad that he's continuing to explore the tech stuff and just making discoveries all the time. I think it took a while to just get past that hump of, you know, not being too attached to all the things that we were losing from Maker 1 in terms of the semi-solid behavior, the pipe stacking, the mystery mushrooms, everything else that is just gone, and really think about what can we build with these tools. And yeah, 4YMM was definitely one of my highlights this year. I think I had more fun with 4YMM than in any kind of like new release video game this year, for instance. That's... And, you know, I've been basically given a lot of additional Mario content because of it, and paying attention to some makers that I hadn't really played much of previously, and also discovering new styles of levels that I'm much more comfortable with. I feel like I'm much more of a puzzle player now than I was before 4YMM, just because of discovering how good certain puzzle designs can be. Wow, I can't believe I'm still struggling with this jump. Oh, I don't know if I want to pick a top 5. It's very difficult to say simply because some of them are so different in style. But I mean, some of the big puzzles definitely stuck out to me, both the Tetraterix Yoshi puzzle and the Saku Mole puzzle, for instance. But it feels almost kind of unfair to like be bundling some kind of ranking where you have to accommodate the music levels and the more platform-heavy ones and puzzle levels all at once. It feels like, you know, they have a lot of different kinds of strengths. And there was a lot of different material to appreciate about each one. This is only 1%, and I'm actually not sure if I can make it. I don't feel any closer to actually getting past that thwomp. I've been on this for some time, I think. There's something I don't understand well enough about surpassing the thwomp. Maybe wait more and use more momentum, maybe so. I just don't quite see what adjustment I have to make. It's just been a very tricky segment in terms of knowing what I have to do with my jump arc. Maybe I do need more momentum to just go sideways, but I do need a side throw like this, right? Whoops. I just missed the spin jump button entirely. But yeah, clearly I need some kind of like really low bounce. And probably just a spin jump that takes me forward directly and really just sneaks me under the thwomp as fast as possible. I feel like it's one of those things that, you know, people who naturally play for speedrunning would just understand intuitively, and they would have a very easy time with it. As I said, one of the things that I really began to notice when seeing the big streamers play 4YMM, including playing my own level, is just how much some of the experienced Kaizo players do, for instance, to just cut corners all the time. That is not just the big jumps they're making, but that they're always shaving a frame here and there around every single jump. There we go. Checkpoint? Yes. Okay, that was an accomplishment. That was obviously the right idea. Spin jump over to the left, hit the switch. It's all momentum control. Yeah, I think it is. And then I need to spin jump off this guy. Everything else here is just accurate landings. And timing, obviously. I feel like the thwomp really was the biggest obstacle here, though. Did not believe I burned that much time. Just on that one guy, but... Okay. That was very clearly signaled, actually. That worked out quite well. That's just a slight precision check. This is actually a pretty straightforward segment, in fact. Not too worried about that at all. Okay, here we go. And then, of course, I'm just going to miss the pipe entry, as I usually do. That's definitely a known weakness of how I play. Okay. And, nope, no. Spin jump. That just threw off my timing. But yeah, this segment seems pretty simple. It's just a matter of actually making the pipe entry, but everything else is mechanically pretty straightforward. Yeah, really not worried about that. Yeah, once again, just controlling the position here. And yeah, Julian, thank you for dropping by. You're always quite welcome to lurk here. And I will definitely... Well, I mean, you know where to find my VODs, but I do always encode the permanent VOD whenever I'm playing other people's levels here, and so you can catch up on the one that I managed to see just before you came in. So... And hope the exam goes well, whatever subject it is in. I sort of had the impression you were a computer science student for some reason, but I don't know... Or an engineering student, but I don't know if I'm just thinking of one of the other or YMMers. Like, I know Electrodude, for instance, is definitely in computing. But anyway, good luck with that. Yeah, I wish I had this kind of thing available back when exam study was relevant to me. I was never very diligent about exam preparation and things like that, but it would have been nice back then to just have something like a viewer level queue, for instance, just to keep the background active in a way that didn't require 100% of my attention, but was nevertheless kind of entertaining to have. Oh, theoretical driving exam, I see. Ah, okay, biological or chemical, okay, yeah. I mean, you don't need to decide now. I think depending on the country, I don't know quite how it is from Germany, but having been in a couple of different educational systems, they have very different norms when it comes to how early people specialize. So I was in the UK for a few years, for instance. In the UK, they really specialize very early, that people kind of know what they're going into by the time they're 16, and they're sometimes entering PhD programs by the time they're 22 or 23. And it's just all very accelerated. And yeah, really not surprised that there's so much computer science representation when it comes to 4YMM, given that I think that naturally harmonizes quite well with this very tech-oriented approach to Mario Maker, where you're thinking about logical systems that you can build with these parts that you've been given. I feel like that's what makes it so rewarding, is that it's just this perfect hybrid of being a platforming game and a programmer-builder game that... You know, I grew up playing Super Mario and other platformers on one hand, and a lot of systems-building games on PC on the other hand. And the fact that we have them in the same game now is actually a very big deal. What on earth is going on with that block? This is, I'm sure... There's some stuff in here that seems kind of unconventional for Bufflin, but I think there was some kind of inside joke going on here with Barb's stream. And that there's some trickery here that is a Barb-related joke that I don't actually get. And yeah, I do know that both Ketcha and Nebuz are from computation really does not surprise me at all. They're just very good tech engineers, and you do need a certain mindset for that when it comes to thinking about how to discover edge case behaviors, glitchy behaviors, and sort of understanding them systematically in a way that instead of feeling like quirks or inconsistencies, they feel like systems that you can master and rules that you can harness. Because the thing about this engine is that you have so many weird edge case behaviors, but we're still working, I mean, apart from patches, we're still working with the same toolset and the same rules. And the fact that we can do that means that the designer and the player can always kind of meet halfway in between. Okay, I think we are finally through. Okay, one more to go. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, fine. I should have expected that just given the layout of the platforms underneath. This may be the closest that Bufflin ever gets to building something that is an outright troll. But, you know, I was catching up on the whole list. I'm about 7 or 8 levels behind, I think, but... And of course I'll fall even further behind in the coming weeks, but it's nice to just kind of push through 1 or 2 of these a week while I can make time for them, because they're just very reliable in many ways. This one may be less than usual, but they tend to be very reliable in terms of what to expect. In terms of the amount of time investment, the amount of fairness that I have to deal with, etc. That's the thing, there were so many makers that I only really started playing this summer, for instance, and who have, of course, been extremely active since the beginning of the game, since launch last year, and so all of them just have these huge lists of levels to catch up on. And of course I'm still trying to, or was still trying to alternate this with viewer levels as much as I can, but it has been just a very satisfying volume of content, and something valuable to stream and record, I think, just from the perspective of realizing that, you know, one day servers will go down, one day we will have a bit of a game preservation crisis when it comes to what people have created, and I do think that with Mario Maker specifically, it's important to create a more durable record of what everybody has been up to all this time. Okay, there we go. That is finally the clear. I'm probably just going to do 1 or 2 more, and then we'll call this a wrap. Not 1 or 2 more from Bufflin. I think I'm fine with seeing that one for today. So yeah, you can see Barb Wait, Barb Toxic. I'll have to actually see what those emotes look like, because I'm not around on Barb's stream enough to know that by the notation. Thank you for the GG. And we'll definitely catch up on more of that with time. I'm probably just going to finish up with 1 more for now, and given our proximity to Halloween, I did pick out 1 level I have not played that was kind of Halloween themed from last October, and I thought it would be a nice way to finish up this stream. Which, as I've been saying, will probably be my last like really chunky 6-hour-long backlog stream in a long time. I think from now on we'll be breaking things up into some smaller segments. But hopefully I'll still be able to do some, you know, mega puzzle levels and longer grinds that take about 2 hours at a time. But anyway, here is a level by Lecter. I have not played Lecter's levels in some time, actually. He's also been kind of inactive since finishing 4YMM, and taking a very well-deserved break, I think. But it's going to be a spooky, spooky pumpkin farm. And I'd like a word with the architect, please. About 8%. Should be a relatively relaxing finish, but you never really know with Lecter's somewhat bizarre sense of humor. And yeah, I'll find a way, Julian. It's just a matter of getting to that point. So we just have to come here with our security blanket and await the great pumpkin. You see the rain effect from the icicles off screen. And we just, you know, pluck all the coins here for some reason. This brick here looks very conspicuous. Oh, okay, so the Goomrats are going to stand in for the pumpkin patch. And then this is going to come up and be like this thing that's rising from the grave, I guess, and pinched us with its long, stumpy fingers. Wasn't terribly careful there, but okay, we'll just enter the pumpkin patch. And yeah, as I discovered myself when I was trying to make some chomp stump setups, it's actually really kind of difficult to get some complex stump arrangements to kill all the chomps 100% of the time when you don't totally have control over how the player is going to spawn objects in. There was one level that I had about 80% done. It was actually my original pitch for 4YMM, which did not end up being my 4YMM level. That was based on a lot of stump manipulation, and it was just an absolute nightmare to debug because of issues with scrolling in a way that would make the chomp stump setups just not 100% reliable. So it can be a bit of a nuisance to work with. But anyway, wow, I guess that was somebody who was hanged. That's very dark. Like somebody who was lynched and just had their skin peel off with decomposition. Poor Koopa. It looks like these P-doors are probably just decorative, but I am, of course, tempted to check my jump height just in case. Anyway, we're entering the dark building in the spooky pumpkin farm, and okay. Oh, swamp chase. Nice to have a little bit of lighting there, and the swamp trying to crush us from the other side as well. I see. Whoa, okay, that was unexpected. I've almost never seen Boo Ring plus parachute like that, actually. In terms of the Boo Ring making contact after losing the parachute, being able to spread out in the way it usually does. I feel like I almost never see that used. Now, this kind of Boo manipulation mostly just reminds me of one of the first things I made in Maker 1, actually, which was also based on this really finicky Boo ride. I never remade it in Maker 2 for a reason. I was quite proud of it at the time, but I feel like I can't do much better now. And I think the slowness of playing around with Boo riding definitely gets to certain players. Very flexible mechanic when you have a good surface to ride on, but also one that can be very fussy to manipulate from the player's perspective. Whoops, here's the Boo Ring setup I was talking about. And here is the Wiggler. I don't know if the Wigglers are supposed to be kind of continuous with the pumpkin theme we have going on, but we'll have to do a bit of strategic dodging here. And let the swamp do its job. Grab the mushroom and head on down. Oh, look at that little jump scare. Okay, down we go, and that's going to give me access to a checkpoint from stumps that are luckily not going to sink under my feet. Here is what looks like it might have been a progressive fire flower, and that's just the off switch trigger up top, indicating, of course, that we're going to consistently have an off switch post checkpoint. Okay, this is just a segment where we need to beat the bomb timing. That was survivable, but not the way I was playing. It wasn't. And indeed, that is a progressive power-up. Okay, let's just move on. That was much safer. And yeah, this is just going to be a whoops. Slight spike check that will naturally fail because this is precisely the kind of element I am not good at. Okay, looks like we just have an implied jump that will take us all the way down here to the snake block, which I don't know what that's all about, but I guess it might have been involved with pushing the POW also. Didn't really get a good sense of what looks like these scary eyes there. I see. Snake block comes around, pushes the POW into position, and that gives me the exit. So, enough of that horror show. Looks like we're out of here, and we can just steal some pumpkins and escape. And looks like we have a final cutscene over here that leads us to be devoured by an angry pumpkin, possibly a great pumpkin. And so, very sordid cliffhanger ending. We'll have to have a word with the architect, first of all, which in this case I think is actually Lecter. But yeah, that's going to be all for this stream, and I'll be back here and there with some smaller streams, I hope, but it might be a break of a few weeks before we're back on a more regular schedule again. I do have some other content planned, and not all of it is Mario. I've been saying that for a while, but I think it's finally going to happen. Finally got some of the setup done for that. But in general, I'm going to be on a little less often in the next few weeks, and hopefully we will come back in style and be able to catch up on all the fantastic creations that await me every time I come back to this game. So yeah, very nice to see you around as well, Julian. Julian, I'm going to look around, but if you want to recommend somebody, I'm certainly willing to take advice, since you seem to know some pretty good streamers in your own right. I am going to scan around on my end as well, because I think just from finishing at these times, I have steadily developed a list of targets, and also just like to discover new people from time to time. So Almandara's SMM. Okay, I don't know them, and so that will be interesting. I think I will in fact do that. Then let me just do a quick check on my end as well. But as we await the raid, just wanted to say one last time thank you for watching. And Julian, you are of course already on the Discord, but anybody else who is lurking, it's quite welcome there. I mean, I will probably still do some playtesting, even if it's not necessarily on stream, and there will be lots to talk about from a Maker perspective, and hopefully we'll be back to cover not only Mario Maker, but some other games and some new surprises. So thank you once again for dropping by and hanging out. I'll send you on a raid in just a moment, probably to Julian's recommendation. And yeah, he's running viewer levels today. Pass you on. And yeah, Merlin, we just closed up, but I did record your level earlier, so that will be in the VOD. And you can scroll through it now, but I'll also be publishing the permanent VOD that doesn't get deleted. In the meantime, I am going to pass you on to Almendarez, if that is how I'm pronouncing it correctly, and that will be all from me, so have a good day, all of you, and have some good times and weeks ahead, and we'll hopefully be able to keep in touch, and I'll be able to play some more levels from all of you soon enough. So, fare thee well.